In fact, today we have a festival here, right?
Oh, okay. What is that, sir?
That is our annual festival called Chetu. So, in fact, I'm supposed to be there, but then I just finished this program within 10-15 minutes, and then I'll have to rush up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking your time.
How I'm visible there?
Yes, sir. We can see you, and we'll just start in a minute, I think, and then.
Okay.
Good morning and welcome, everybody. We will start in a minute. We're just waiting for a few more participants to join, and then we will take it forward. Okay, maybe in the time is pressed for everyone. I think let us start this session. My name is Imani Kumar. I'm the regional director with ICLEI South Asia, and also the Deputy Secretary General looking after the entire Asia Pacific region for ICLEI. ICLEI, ICLEI South Asia, is a South Asian arm of ICLEI internationally, with more than 25 offices all over the world. And we are a city association, mainly working with the city governments, helping the city governments on various activities. And I'm happy today that we are also doing this webinar as part of the KASpaces webinar on accelerating progress and equality in education. I'm happy that we have Honorable Minister, Mr. Jaybir Rai, Education Minister from Royal Government of Bhutan, is with us. And we also have Mr. Christian Ashley, as the Executive Director with Konrad Adenauer Foundation, with us on this in the opening ceremony. And we also have Ms. Dr. Gaurang, Tulsi Gaurang. She's the Dean, Academic Affairs, Royal University of Bhutan, is also with us for the opening ceremony, and all other participants. So on behalf of the organizers, we will invite you all, welcome you all to this one-day webinar on accelerating progress and equity in education. If it is okay with all of you, though we have a schedule, but I was just told by the minister that he has to go for a meeting. And maybe I will just ask Mr. Ashley to welcome on behalf of the partners, And then immediately after that, then I will go to the minister, if that is okay with all of you. Is it okay, Minister?
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah. So without taking much time, I also again welcome all of you on behalf of the partners, Royal University of Bhutan, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and ICLEI South Asia. Welcome you all. And it's my privilege to invite Mr. Christian Ashley, Director, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, to give us the opening remarks. Mr. Ashley, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Minister Chaibirai, Minister of Education of the Royal Government of Bhutan, Mr. Imani Kumar, Executive Director of ICLEI South Asia, Dr. Tulsi Gurung, Dean Academic Affairs at the Royal University of Bhutan, dear speakers, experts, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and its Political Dialogue Asia to today's webinar on education and the sustainable development goals that are connected to education in Bhutan. Konrad Adenauer Stiftung is a German political foundation. We are active in over 100 offices around the world, and we work on democracy, security, innovation, and the sustainable development goals. And as part of this commitment, we have created the platform of KASpaces in order to enable our partners in Asia, in South Asia and in Southeast Asia, East Asia, to discuss the agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals. This, of course, this agenda has received a big setback because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I think the area that we are discussing today, education, has been particularly affected by COVID-19. We see many countries in the region struggling with continuing to provide education to the students if they cannot meet in a classroom. So we have decided to focus on the questions of the infrastructure of education, on the training of teachers, and on the access to education in order to leave no one behind. This is the big motto of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we are having this discussion in over 10 countries in the region. We are going to finalize the program with a regional workshop in November. And today I'm really happy and delighted that we are able to look into the situation in Bhutan. Our wonderful partners from ICLEI South Asia have helped us to reach out through their Bhutanese network. And we are very happy to also welcome the Royal University of Bhutan and the Ministry of Education of Bhutan as part of our partner structure for this particular workshop. I think we have an excellent roster of experts and speakers, and I do look very much forward to a frank and open discussion about the situation of education in Bhutan. We believe that, yes, there have been huge challenges during COVID-19, but we also believe that it's worth to look at what worked, what kind of new ideas, what kind of new initiatives came up during COVID-19 that might lead the way to a transformation of the education sector in the whole of Asia in order to be able to ensure quality education for our kids and to make sure that everybody is reached, everybody is involved in quality education. With that, I would like to thank again our partners, ICLEI, the Royal University of Bhutan, and the Ministry of Education of the Royal Government of Bhutan. I would like to thank all the experts and speakers who made time today to share their insights and knowledge. I would like to thank all participants in the audience, and I would also like to thank my team, which is represented by Megha Sama, our program manager for the Sustainable Development Goals. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention and hand over back to you, Imani Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Christian, for your opening remarks. And thank you all. Thanks for all the support which Konrad Adenauer Foundation under your leadership is providing to discuss the Sustainable Development Goals in the Asia-Pacific region. Thanks for all your support in organizing this particular webinar also, which is very much needed, not just because the education is important, but also during the COVID-19 time. I think a lot of students could not go to the schools, and on the equity issues which we are talking about on that. These are the few housekeeping guidelines for all the speakers. We request everybody to mute your mics, and if you have any questions, you can use the chat box below that or in Q&A function. Please put your questions to all the speakers. We have 3 technical sessions today, and we will also have a closing ceremony on that. This event is also recorded, and we hope that is okay with all the participants, and you're giving your consent by joining this particular session on that. So without wasting any time, maybe I will request Honorable Minister, Mr. Jai Bir Roy, Education Minister, Ministry of Education from Royal Government of Bhutan, to give his keynote address. His Excellency Minister Roy, the floor is yours, sir.
Well, good morning and good zangpo. Am I audible there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, Imani Kumar, Secretary General, Southeast Asia, ECI, and also Egle and other participants. Once again, I would like to wish you a good morning and good zangpo from Bhutan. And I would like to extend my warm greetings on behalf of Ministry of Education, Royal Government of Bhutan. His Majesty, the King of Bhutan, calls for a robust education system that is timeless and acts as an ongoing social equalizer. I would also like to congratulate and commend the initiative of ICLE local governments for sustainability, South Asia, and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Singapore, and Royal University of Bhutan for jointly organizing this very important webinar on the theme of accelerating progress and equity in education. Education in Bhutan is at the crossroad. While we have made commendable achievement in providing access, we are now confronted with the task to enhance the quality in education. I firmly believe that in order to achieve comprehensive development and have a sustainable communities, it is imperative that quality education is made available to all and no one is left behind, as our Imani Kumar said that time. The mission of Ministry of Education, or also the trust and confidence that we are bestowed upon, is to develop and provide sound education policies that enable the creation of knowledge-based gross national happiness society, provide equitable, inclusive, and quality education and lifelong learning opportunities to all children, and harness their full potential to become productive citizens. Equip all children with appropriate knowledge, skills, and values to cope with the challenges of 21st century. Our Constitution of the Kingdom of Bhutan, requires the state to provide education to improve and increase knowledge, values, and skills of the entire population for full development of human personality. It also mandates the provision of free education to all children of school-going age up to 10th standard, and ensure that technical and professional education is made generally available, and that higher education is equally accessible to all based on merit. Bhutan has made commendable progress in this endeavor, including access to education. However, more needs to be done to improve quality. In response to these challenges, numerous measures and initiatives are being initiated, such as school education reform and roadmap, which encapsulate school reform programs, teacher development, and quality teaching assessment, and adoption of Bhutan baccalaureate curriculum and assessment reform. In light of ongoing reforms within the sector and to make education more relevant for changing needs and expectations, the Ministry of Education is also working on finalization of draft national education policy, which aspires to provide an overarching framework and directions for building and nurturing education system that prepares citizens who are nationally rooted and globally competent. Education as a public undertaking has multiple stakeholders that necessitate the citizens to be equipped with knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes to become socio-economically productive members of the society. This entails the system to respond to the changing needs and promote acquisition of competencies, foster interpersonal skills and collaborative values that respond to country's aspiration of gross national happiness. It is also one of the primary drivers of socio-economic development of the country. The 12th five-year plan guideline is set to bring about even more well-being and happiness for the people of Bhutan through the achievement of plan objective and 16th national key result areas, and the adoption of the greater operationalization of our timeless vision of gross national happiness. Education sector reforms is a central focus of 12th five-year plan. Ministry of Education presently is focused on achieving some of the following objectives: to improve relevance and quality of education, to improve access and sustainability of education, to strengthen youth development program and services, to enhance adult literacy and lifelong learning, to enable effective and efficient ICT service delivery. So with this, I wish KASpaces education webinar will be successful and will achieve its objectives in the best interest of our society. I strongly encourage and request everyone to actively participate in all the important technical sessions planned for the day. And I wish you all best of luck and have a wonderful time. Tasidile, and thank you.
Thank you, Minister, His Excellency, sir, for your keynote speech. And we hope maybe we will have a report out of today's discussion at the end of the day today, sir. We will come out after deliberations. How we can support your new policy, what you were mentioning, that to further improve maybe happiness through education in the royal Bhutan country. Maybe as Mr. Ashley said, we will come back with our report to you, sir, once the report is ready, and we can see, maybe we can have further discussions with you and your ministry to see how both Conrad Adenauer Foundation and ICLEI can work together in the education sector in royal country of Bhutan, actually, on that. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and for your support, and which shows, I know that you are busy schedule, but taking time out of your busy schedule and joining us for this session. Sir, with your permission, maybe we just want to take a group photo now. I know that you have to leave. Maybe I request my colleagues if they can arrange a group photo and request all the speakers, whoever can open your cameras if your bandwidth allows you, so that we can have a group photo along with the minister. Can we bring it back to the groups? The gallery view, and Sashi or Keshav, can you just
Yes, we'll take.
Request everyone, if you are if it is okay. Some of you are still not yet opening. Should we just open your videos so that we can take a photograph? Okay, I'll just count 1, 2, 3 now, and my colleagues will take a group photo with all of you. 1, 2, 3. A big smile, please, everyone. Thank you. Maybe one more, if we don't capture, if anyone else wants to open your videos. 1, 2, 3. Thank you all. Thank you for your participation today. We have almost 150 participants. Thank you, Minister, for your time, sir, today, and for your keynote address. So if it is okay, sir, if your time will not permit you to continue in this, we wish you all the best, sir, for your today's work, and also for the remaining of your tenure as a minister. And as I said, we will come back to you with our report once we complete our deliberation today. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Imami and Christian, and also Mega, I could see, and also Zaha Saab could not, I could see now, Zaha Saab. But everyone, thank you so much. And then actually, I love to stay back and attend all the programs, but then as you all know that time has to be divided among various activities, so I'm not able to attend. Anyway, I'm very happy to hear and look forward to see the report, whatever discussion that will happen hereafter. And also, I must take this opportunity here and say that we are on the process of finalizing the education reform and roadmaps. In that case, and some of our team here, for example, Mr. Sonam Norbu is fully, when he was working with Ministry of Education, in fact, I had given him full responsibility to find out some of the data and information and some of the thoughts, opinions on this line. So Mr. Sonam Norbu is already there, and some of our participants here also participated, especially from Royal University Bhutan, and also I could see some of our very dynamic school leaders, principals, and some of the teachers. So kindly participate well, and also think from education perspective and how education should be hereafter. In other words, post-pandemic, post-COVID, what kind of, how education should be. At the end of the day, whatever you call it, anything else, at the end of the day, fundamental is the education. And be it be engineers, doctors, or anybody around in the world, education is the fundamental and essential. Therefore, kindly discuss on that line. And also I look forward to see some of your wisdom, thoughts, and knowledge being really splashed on that report. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister.
Anyways, Ekle, you wanted to say something. I forgot. Sorry, I just interrupted you. Or somebody wanted to say something. Sorry.
Christian, you want to say something?
I'm also very thankful for the keynote speech. I love the phrase global, sorry, I have to rephrase, but the idea of people who are globally connected but are rooted within their countries. So I think this is a wonderful plan. And also from our side, from Konrad Adenauer Foundation, we would be happy to support this agenda. I think there's a lot of common targets that we can see from your keynote speech and the agenda of Konrad Adenauer Foundation in supporting the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you so much for the opportunity today, and all the best to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Christian. We will just continue with our program. We have, maybe I'll just show a few slides on what is happening on the Sustainable Development Goals, and especially on the education front. And then I will ask Dr. Tulsi Gaurang to give her speech on that. This particular webinar also, maybe I can put it as part of the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are doing in support from KASpaces, from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. And I also want to thank again Royal University of Bhutan for joining us as a partner for this particular session. You all know that on 1st January 2016, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 have started. This is a continuation of the Millennium Development Goals from 2000 to 2015. And I hope all of you know, or most of you know, that the Millennium Development Goals were not that much implemented on ground, and SDGs took over from 2016. There are 17 goals, 169 targets, and 230 indicators, which have part of the Sustainable Development Goals, with a main theme. I think Minister was also talking about leave no one behind. When they have come out in 2016, I will say that this may be the theme, what they were thinking about, leave no one behind for the 17 goals. And now at this time, if you say really, because of the pandemic in last one and a half year, I think this particular theme is very much important. And especially for the education, if you talk about, because there is a lot of issues coming up on online education and offline education. Students could not go back to the schools. Very much I can see my children are at home, studying at home, and they could not go back to the schools. But okay, I have, with my status, maybe I can give them laptops and smartphones to attend the classes. But there are so many other children all over the world could not go back to the schools, and they don't have even equipment to listen to this thing. So that's an issue which we are going to discuss today, and what is that implications of that particular pandemic on the education system, especially in the Bhutan. On the understanding the SDGs, I think SDGs needs to be monitored, which includes that inclusion, participation, and growth for all. That is what maintained by actually the Sustainable Development Goals are talking about, and which they need to be monitored at all levels. That includes national, subnational level, and also maybe I don't know how much in Bhutan. Maybe we will have further discussion at each school level. If you have some monitoring, how many students are coming, how many students are really attending the classes, are not attending the classes because of the pandemic. So the monitoring situation needs to be done at all levels, and I hope we will have further discussion today on how we can improve the system on that. Just come back to the overall progress in the world. If you talk about, you can see that all the 17 goals, the progress is written, and on the quality education, the SDG 4, it needs to be improved much further. Actually, that it is only 1.4 percentage points when you compare with SDG 1 or SDG 13 or SDG 9, actually, on the industry innovation, which is 8.6 percentage points on that. So there is a need for a lot to do in the education system, and I hope this particular webinar today will come out with some suggestions and some guidelines on that. Coming to the Bhutan, the education system and also maybe the overall system, there are still more than 500 million students could not go back to the school, could not even access the remote learning, which is a very alarming figure, I will say, and which we need to look into that. I hope, as I'm saying, and the minister is also saying, that we hope that we will come out after the discussions today. We want to have more discussion so that we can come out with a report how we can improve even during these pandemics, these time of pandemics on that. And this particular one slide is on the Bhutan SDG trend on the quality education. You can see it is almost like if you talk about net primary enrollment is still it's going up 96.3%. Lower secondary completion rate is around only 85%. That is, again, though it's rising, if you can see the arrow mark up, but we need to, I think it's only 85.1 as on 2020. And literacy rate is also 93.1, and I hope that will improve further in Bhutan. And you can see where Bhutan is in the slide on the bottom of the slide, where Bhutan compares with all other regions in the world on that. So with this few slides and a little bit of information, I want to make this as a basis, and I hope this webinar will come back with suggestions and maybe some discussion on what is happening today in Bhutan, and if some more suggestions coming out to improve of the situation, that will be good on that. With that, I stop myself and I will invite Dr. Tulsi Gaurang. She is the Dean for Academic Affairs. Thank you, ma'am, for supporting this particular webinar as a partner as Royal University of Bhutan. And thanks for your time and joining for this particular session. And the floor is yours, ma'am. Dr. Tulsi Gaurang.
Thank you very much, Imani ji. Good morning and Kuzuzangpo to all. Mr. Christian Esley, Director Political Dialogue Asia, Konrad Adenauer. Mr. Imani Kumar, Executive Director, Local Governance for Sustainability. Session speakers from NGOs, colleges and schools across Bhutan, and dear participants from across the region. I, on behalf of the College of Natural Resources, Royal University of Bhutan, and on my own behalf, would like to welcome you all to the Bhutan webinar on a very important topic, accelerating progress and equity in education, a step towards achieving SDG Goal 4 in the region. It has been a great privilege to collaborate with Konrad Adenauer and Local Governance for Sustainability through KASpaces program to organize Bhutan webinar on various topics that is pertinent to Bhutan and the South Asia region. Webinar on urban climate resilience conducted in July was a great success. And today we will be sharing our experiences and insights on yet another very important accelerating progress and equity in education. Bhutan is close to achieving universal primary education with adjusted new net enrollment rate of 96.5% as of 2019. This has been accelerated by the expansion of educational facilities and support mechanisms in the previous 5-year plans. Significant achievements have been made in providing equitable access to education, enhancing the quality of education, and building institutional capacities. However, challenges continue to remain in providing access to education to hard-to-reach areas, providing inclusive education, and improving quality of education. This challenge has remained for quite a while now. Further, education sector has been hit hard by COVID-19 pandemic. Schools and colleges has been closed time and again as a precautionary measures to contain the pandemic. In a way, COVID-19 pandemic has been an awakening call for all of us. Colleges and schools in Bhutan resorted to various means to ensure our children are not left behind during the pandemic. Ministry of Education and Royal Education Council, with support from volunteer teachers, development partners, media houses, besides others, have developed an Education in Emergency EIE plan as a part of COVID-19 response plan. Colleges in Bhutan were already using a virtual learning environment, VLE model platform, before the pandemic. However, the uses of VLE increased tremendously during the pandemic. Moreover, virtual tutoring, video conferencing tool, and online learning softwares uses has increased tremendously since COVID-19 pandemic. Trainings were organized, internet bandwidth increased, and every possible means were explored to respond to the pandemic. I feel we should continue this new model of blended learning, learning post COVID-19 pandemic, and it should be the integral part of teaching learning in the schools and colleges for us to be resilient in future. Concurrently, investment to support blended learnings should be a priority of the Ministry of Education and the Royal Education Council henceforth. I'm sure this webinar would be interesting and a great learning experience to share the best practices and the challenges we are facing at the moment, and also come up with the probable solutions across the region for a sustained growth in education sector. I would like to thank our partners for organizing this webinar, which is very, very timely. And there is so much that we can learn from each other from across the region, their best practices, the challenges that they have faced, and the solutions that they have come up during this pandemic, and also take forward some of the lessons learned for our resilience in education sector and for the best practices that could be implemented in our academic institutions in Bhutan. Thank you very much, and Tashidele. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think very much needed what you are talking about, and we hope that this particular platform, what has been provided by Konrad Adenauer Foundation, will come out with some suggestions to how we can bring back students, how can we improve the education system in Bhutan. Thanks again to all the speakers in the opening session. It was good that we have the minister and ma'am, Dr. Tulsi Goreng. And thank you, Mr. Christian Ashley, for joining us this opening session. So we will just go into the technical sessions now. We have the first session is blended learning versus traditional classroom, moderated by Ms. Yugen Angchen, senior lecturer from CNR College. May I give the floor to her straight away? Ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Imani Kumar. First of all, good morning to everyone, and Kuzu Zangpa as well. It's a great honor and privilege personally for me to be part of this KASpaces webinar. And straight away, because we are given this restriction on time, so the first speaker is me, and my name is Yugen Angchen, and I'm the senior lecturer at College of Natural Resource, which is also one of the colleges under Royal University of Bhutan. So I'm given the topic or the theme, blended learning versus traditional classroom. So on this, I have prepared a brief presentation. So if I am allowed to share. Is the screen visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, on this theme, blended learning versus traditional classroom, I have prepared based on the experiences from College of Natural Resources, where we'll also talk a little bit touching on the pandemic, how the college over the years during the pandemic, we had picked up blended learning, some aspects of blended learning. Yeah, so I'll be talking a bit on the vision of RUB, particularly on the technology-related learning, and what were the tools that the college had used as a part of blended learning, and then the advantages and the challenges that the faculty and the students had faced over the time, and finally with the way forward. So vision of RUB, although RUB started in 2000, somewhere in 2004, and our education was basically a traditional system. And then In 2011 or prior to that, the Royal University of Bhutan thought that we need to enhance our education services, where we can use IT infrastructure, we can infuse IT infrastructure to meet the requirement of 21st century education system. And with that, the virtual learning environment was born, which is a Moodle free open source software content management system. So that was introduced into the university. So all the colleges, that time we had 8 or 9 colleges. So we asked to adopt this, and then you could see this is particularly the screen, the picture that is where we have this Sienna virtual learning environment. So every college under Royal University is using. So although we had already started this really before the pandemic, but the users, or let's say the takers, were very few. We were not, because since we were very much close to, I would say, traditional learning or traditional classroom, so really was not so popular, although it was put in place a long time before the pandemic. And where in Moodle or VLE, we basically upload teaching materials, videos, links, and there are lots of applications that's available in Moodle. And we, during the pandemic particularly, we started using the Zoom and Google Meet, which were free online. And then this was very much handy during the time of COVID-19. And that has actually helped the faculty here across the colleges, as well as the students, to at least keep up with the learning. Once we realized that, yes, the face-to-face learning is not possible. And beside this Zoom and Google Meet, or there could be other colleges might have been using other software as well. So Sienna particularly had to use this. And beside this Zoom and Google Meet, we also used social media. So this, like the Twitter, the Telegram, WeChat, and messengers had a very important role to play in terms of dissemination of information to the classes. And there was a good interaction beside Moodle through social media. And coming to the advantages, what we see in blended learning, particularly focusing on the online teaching aspects, teaching materials are all digitized. We can find all the materials that is required for us, and then more resources can be shared when we have these online platforms available, like the links, videos, self-made videos, which a traditional classroom, a typical classroom, it's not available because we can't, it's restricted. We can't show all the videos because given the lack of time and resources. So beside this, we also realized that there is advantages where the student can access to learning materials through electronic gadgets, laptop, tablets, their smartphones, whatever gadgets that's available or accessible for the students. And it's also convenient and available 24/7. So student can learn, go back to these online platforms and look for the materials that they were not able to catch up in the classroom or on the during the online classes. And we also experienced, this was before COVID as well as post during the pandemic, that most students were engaged over traditional classroom. As we know that students who are very much confident, they are not shy, so they come up and then they really speak and interact. But the other majority of the students, they are lagging behind. They can't come up, they face the crowd and all. But with the use of BLE, what we realized, like particularly there is this app, there is this platform forum discussion, which actually encouraged all, or rather, I would say, it forced students to compulsorily participate in the forum discussion, so that even if they're not able to speak, they could write. And then, so that was also used as a part of assessment. And other advantage that we found was the autonomy of students learning, like I covered slightly before, where a student can go back and then they have control, since they have control over resources, access over resources of learning, so they could learn anytime. And we also found, particularly by using VLE, we were, as a teacher or as a faculty members, we could monitor our students learning, whether they are accessing our resources or not. So there are some available, those things are available, made accessible in VLE, where we can find out which students in our class were able to access the resources or are keeping up with the learning. And with the advantages, also there are challenges. The first and the foremost that we realized is that when we started this VLE, many of our faculties were lacking the skills on new technology, and particularly on video making and content creation. Not only during the pandemic, when we had this VLE prior to pandemic, we were supposed to actually do this content creation. So that optimal utilization of VLE was not possible, basically because of this lack of skills in terms of new technology. And with this blended learning or online learning, we also felt that the infrastructures were not adequate for both the faculty as well as the end users, our students, especially the bandwidth, connectivity. Even this time also, as a faculty, within a big college as well, we seldom face these connectivity issues. So other challenges is that the technology is expensive, as we know that, and then the previous keynote speaker and our minister, the Minister of Education had also pointed out that all students cannot have access to education because of not having to afford to buy laptops or even the smartphones at the school level or even at the university. And we also found that the cost for the internet is relatively high. If you look at in India, if you compare with India, we find our internet cost is comparatively high or relatively high. And during the pandemic, so when we had these online classes, what we also realized or experienced is that students did not enjoy much of online learning because it doesn't authenticate, particularly because students can join the online classes, but they can mute as well as put off the video, and then they can be going around and doing all sorts of things without paying attention to the lectures or the discussion that's happening through online classes. And also particularly my students, when they joined back the college after the pandemic, when the colleges were open, students said, okay, now we are able to understand something when you have face-to-face classes. So this also actually is a challenge that actually hinders students learning through online classes. And we have also experienced and realized, I think the same experience is shared by other faculties in other colleges, that online assessment system was not aligned with the current assessment practices in all the colleges, because we have this written exam, and then when we try to use it in the online mode through BLE, many a times we have failed, and then we have lots of loopholes in there. So we need to really come up with a concrete security system where our students are really doing the examination or assessment without any plagiarism. And we have also experienced the challenge of not having a licensed software for video recording. We had this Camtasia, which is a trial version, which is available for 1 month, and our faculties were recording their own videos and then uploading on virtual learning environments. So that was another hindrance. And for that also, college had taken this effort in training the faculties, a half day or 1 day training quickly on how to use this Camtasia so that we keep up our classes through online. And then finally, I would like to share the way forward, where we really need to have a policy to support particularly the blended learning in the country. So far, we do not have one. And then also, what are the guidelines that that we need to follow, be it in the schools or be it in the higher education institutions like Royal University of Bhutan. And then very important, if we have to carry on with this blended learning and then make our the education accessible to every children in our country, then we really have to strengthen our IT related infrastructure. And at the end, the faculty might have the advantage over having this access to infrastructure compared to our students. So therefore, the end users, our students, should also have very strong or robust, I would say, strong IT infrastructure access should be there so that they could have effective learning at the end. And very importantly, I would also like to share here that the capacity development of faculty and teacher in the country, especially on the technology aspect, is very important, because if you have to support blended learning in the country, then capacity development, particularly in using of technology, design and everything that's related to technology, is very important. And with this, thank you so much for your attention and Tashtile. So if you have any question, please drop it in the chat box. And I'll be also the moderator for this session. So thank you so much. Hello. Okay. So maybe if I think I can proceed with this session 1. So now may I I would like to take the speaker's hat off and then like to put on the moderator's hat, and then like to invite Mr. Tandin Penjo, who is a senior lecturer at Samsi College of Education. Please, Tandin sir, you may take the platform. Thank you.
Sir, you're muted. Kindly unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, sir.
Lasla. I'll be sharing the experiences which we had practicing the blended learning. And most of the things are covered by Madam Ugen Yangchen. And I'll not be covering those things in the interest of time. And I will share the experiences which Madam did not share, because it says most of the experiences which are shared by Madam Ugen Yangchen would be similar to most of the colleges, because we use the same platform, VLE, for online learning. So I'll just share those experiences which has not been covered. So initially, this would be my presentation. So I have an overview of blended learning in our college. And I would just talk a bit about what's blended learning and how do we plan for blended learning in our college, and what has happened during the COVID-19 lockdown. And then how do we assess in blended learning, and a new emerging pedagogy which we used post the COVID situation, and benefits of blended learning. I will not be sharing as this was shared by the previous panelist. Okay. So the innovations in the technology had direct impact on our policies, and then it has also potential to change the definition of way we conduct our business in the classroom. So, and the technology has made us possible to conduct learning from anywhere, anytime outside the four walls of classroom. So this new learning is termed blended learning. So blended learning here is not to replace the traditional teaching, but we use it to complement our face-to-face teaching. So before the VLE was formally launched in REV, our college was the first college to start using module LMS. We have been using since 2004, and we use this to enable distance learning for our in-service school teachers who are spread all over the countries. So initially, the initial use were limited to providing resources for the in-service teachers, and they use it to submit assignments. At that time, they had to, before we had this module LMS, they had to post the assignments, and then there was no guarantee that sometimes the assignment would reach on time or not. So with the use of module, they could submit the assignment on time. So later on, only in 2011, REV launched the module LMS as our virtual learning, and this is what we use presently for supporting in face-to-face teaching and as well as online learning. So the use of VLE was limited, like Madam Yangchen already mentioned, is limited to some basic features. Despite the continuous training and continuous PDF offered until COVID-19 outbreak in March 2020. And this has made us think of options to explore way we use VLE and other technology for supporting blended learning. So here we use this definition of blended learning as a well thought out integration of face-to-face learning experiences, which is usually synchronous.
Hi, good afternoon, Marenia. Hello, Puman.
Say hello, teacher.
Hi, Joanne. Hi, good afternoon. Hi.
Sorry, I'm changing the background. It's my office. Sorry, yes. Now she's there. Okay. Enjoy, Kala.
However, during weak internet connections.
I think Tandin Penjosa, he's having some internet issue. Tandin sir, are you online? Hello.
Madam Mugin, I think there is some problem with the network, so that's why I think he's not been able to.
Yeah, I think we can move to the next speaker. Maybe once he joins back, he can resume from there.
Yeah. Maybe interest of time. Maybe now, maybe Tandin sir, he's facing some internet connectivity issues. So now, we will continue this once Tandin sir he resumes back. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Sonam Norbu, who is the ex-teacher and the founder of Volunteer Teachers of Bhutan, VITO. So, floor is yours, Sonam sir.
Good morning. I'll go without the camera because I don't want to face the same technical issue. I hope I'm clear. I'm audible.
Yes.
I'll start with my screen sharing. Is my screen?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sir, we can hear you. Yeah, the screen is visible.
Okay. Good morning. Greetings from VITO. Thank you for the opportunity, KASpaces and Royal University of Bhutan. Before I begin my proposition and my humble presentation here, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity. And I don't want to repeat much, and I've thought that Madam Ugyen and Sir Tandin has already taken a lot of effort to share a lot on blended learning. So I will try to directly go into our view, and as a former teacher myself and thinking of education beyond literacy, I would like to take blended learning as a way forward to take education beyond literacy. So I would be mostly touching upon trying to say that traditional classroom-based learning has to give way to blended learning so that education can go beyond literacy. To introduce myself, I am Sonam Norbu, a teacher until February 2021. And now I'm heading a humble community-based organization in Thimphu called VITO. And the title of the full form of VITO will be Volunteer Strength. TOP stands for strength and V stands for volunteers. So we have moved from Volunteer Teachers of Bhutan to Volunteer Strength. And we look at enhancing educational engagements in the society by complementing and supplementing the mainstream education. And to be directly on the session that we are on, I was very fortunate with the support that I received from, firstly, my colleagues on March 7th, when the school closed because of the first case of COVID in Bhutan. On March 6th, the schools across some of the Dzongkaks closed. And on March 7th, through a very simple telegram message, 1,200 teachers across Bhutan came together to form VTOP. And then on, we were interested and we were given the opportunity to take forward Bhutan e-learning with the theme Transforming Education. And this was a huge success despite all the odds, because Bhutan was able to deliver continued education to the 170,000 plus children through different means and through different modes available. And this was possible because of the support of His Majesty's continued inspiration, the Prime Minister's Office and Minister of Education, as well as Royal Education Council and other stakeholders who all came together for the continued education of our children. And as I was like a part of the continued education and education in emergency EIE rollout in Bhutan in the first phase, I would like to share my experience on how Bhutan, a small nation in the Himalaya where like internet came into existence only in the early 2000s. So we started off with tele-education. We made like 25-minute long videos on all subjects for all classes from pre-primary to class 12. And then we also thought of the children who do not have access to television. So therein, what we came forward was with the radio lessons, so that it can reach the people, the children that do not have access to television, and to support the 17,000 plus children who did not have access to television. Self-instructional materials were launched, and these books are like not textbooks, but like worksheet type books, which the children can directly use without a teacher. So it was self-instructional, and this was a huge success. And by on the sites, we took forward Google Classrooms, and Zoom and other video chat rooms were used widely by teachers and students and parents. And social media platforms became like WeChat, Telegram, and WhatsApp became very, very useful. And it took a more like priority to provide continued education. And I would like to say that Bhutan experienced an opportunity where everybody came together for the continued education of 170,000 plus students, so that there is continued education. And I would also like to note that we would not have been able to give as much as we would have given when the schools were open. But despite the situation, I think a small nation like Bhutan has gone forward and tried to do what best we can do so that our children had some access to education. So all thanks to the guidance and the inspiration from the throne and the government, we were able to take forward. And I would like to thank all the teachers, and also a special thank to the parents for this. Now, going forward with blended learning, and as I put forward in the beginning of my presentation, it should give way to the future, and it should make education go beyond literacy. Education should not be just reading and writing. Education should go beyond literacy, and it should accumulate, and it should in the end make a person a better human being and a productive citizen. And I would like to call it more of like a smart, active citizen. So that in order to take all these forward, I think understanding our learners from their point of view, I would like to repeat, from their point of view, not from the teacher's point of view, or not from the ministry's point of view, or not from the curriculum developer's point of view. It should be from the point of the view of the learners. I think we should understand that we are all dealing with digital citizens, or sometimes we call them netizens or digital natives. So I think understanding our learners would be something that we all need to really take in seriously, so that blended learning can flourish. And this is quite interesting. It's just a small formula that everybody talks about in today's world. It's the VUCA world, and since we live in the VUCA world, we are facing new normal. So when we face new normal, we might have to have new solutions, and blended learning is a solution to provide continued hybrid education. So I repeat the word hybrid now. And Alamari et al. Said an integration of different methods, which is traditional face-to-face learning and computer-mediated learning, is blended learning. And I believe that it will always complement and supplement if we are able to plan it in a smart way, so that can suit the learner's need as well as the learner's context. I would like to repeat the word context, because it was very much highlighted in the beginning of the session, where Ms. Ugen and other speakers were talking about the digital divide and everything. We cannot dream of a computer-based or a blended learning without the basic needs of a computer and a good internet connection. And this is from Cronji, and it says it is appropriate mix of methods, technologies, and theories to optimize learning. So this, I particularly put it here because it supports the theory of optimizing learning. And I believe that blended learning will optimize learning. Now, coming to another point that I would like to make is I feel when we talk about blended learning, we should match the interest and energy to maximize learning. And blended learning is a way to do this. And a mix of face-to-face and online technology-driven learning can always maximize learning. From a very short experience, or maybe a very immature experience as a teacher, I felt was these days the students, they respond with so much of excitement and with so much of enthusiasm when we show them a computer-based lesson, or a lesson on PPT, or a lesson using technology. They automatically respond to the context, and we could see the excitement in their eyes. This shows that we are dealing with the digital citizens, and if we continue to ignore this excitement and the zeal from the learners, I think we'll be making a big mistake. So I think we have to match the interest and energy level of our children or our learners, so that blended learning can maximize learning. And I also feel that blended learning, when we talk about blended learning versus traditional learning, I'm not talking a lot on traditional learning, because we are all very familiar with that. But when we talk about blended learning, I feel collaboration and consistency should be another focus. I think we should not make blended learning a burden on the parents, because it is not based on any research, but based on the parents. Few parents that I've talked with, or that I've come across, or we have come across, parents feel that sometimes when a lot of things are sent on social media platforms to explore and to do with the parents sometimes feel that it is too much of a burden, and they feel that education should be the business of the school. I feel that this should be mediated, and this should be solved in a very systematic way, so that we see collaboration from the parents and we see consistency also. I am a teacher and a person who always believes that for the learning or the education of a child, we should always put the child in the triangle of where the corners are supported by the teachers, the school, and the parents. And I also feel that we also have to think of the readiness of the players and the stakeholders when we talk about blended learning. We cannot just go forward with blended learning because it is a good way, or it is the future. We might have to see the readiness, or if the players and the stakeholders are not ready, we might have to first ready the players and the stakeholders so that we can take forward blended learning. So that's another note that I would like to make here. And of course, blended learning means more involved learners. So we will be involving the learners more, and the teacher will be playing the role of a teacher, not information bearer, where like it follows the lecture method. So I think blended learning will have more involvement of learners. And this is an interesting extract from statement from UNESCO. It says traditional classroom organization must give way to variety of ways of doing school, but the school as a separate space time of collective living, specific and different from other spaces of learning, must be preserved. So this statement very well supports that we can do school in different ways, but the school should remain. So I would like to go on the topic that we are discussing right now, blended learning versus traditional classroom-based learning. I feel like the mix of the blended as well as the classroom itself is the way forward. And of course, like I would like to, this has been already touched on, but I would like to run through. We would have a lot of challenges that needs to be transformed into opportunities. Bhutan, a small nation, I repeat, like where internet came in 2000. I think we have a huge digital divide, and also like a blended learning takes our children more to like the screens, and there's a slight like anxiousness that we might have screen addiction problems. And we also have to look at the cybersecurity and the cyberbullying and everything. And the last thing that I would like to point on the challenge is the credibility. Because when we talk about blended learning, sometimes the teacher might give a task where like the child can do a flipped classroom so that the child will read something online and come to the class next day. But what kind of material that the child reads, is it credible? I think that is something that needs to be turned into an opportunity. I feel that our children should be ready or should be equipped to source information in an infodemic age, because we live in an infodemic age. So with this, I would like to thank everyone for your time. And I feel blended learning is the way forward so that education goes beyond literacy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonam sir, for a very comprehensive presentation where you had focused on the need for the blended learning, and then also how it should be done, and then some of the solutions that you have actually shared during the presentation. So thank you so much. So with this, if Tandin sir, if you are still online, can you continue with your presentation? Thank you.
Yes. Lasla, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So
Hello?
you are very clear. You are very clear.
Sorry, we had some network issue here. This is the especially this is the disadvantage of using online technology. Okay, so like what I was saying is we try to incorporate blended learning in our instructions by trying to maintain the balance between the face-to-face and then internet-based learning. So the challenge here we face is having a complete blended course. Designing a complete blended course is a challenge because most of our faculty here has to teach around more than 2 modules, and then designing a fully blended courses for two or more modules is quite challenging. So how do we plan for blended learning here? We use John Biggs constructive alignment to plan our learning activities for the students for blended learning. So we specify the learning outcomes and to be achieved before we start teaching. And then all the teaching methods and assessment methods are aligned to achieve the learning outcome. And then with series of learning activities provided on VLE and even on in face-to-face, during the face-to-face and on VLE, student construct knowledge through those learning activities. So some of the contents which we use on VLE are some reading materials, lecture notes, PowerPoints with voice-over narrations. This is something new which we had practiced last year since the start of the pandemic. And then Zoom class is another one. And we also tried using virtual experiments even during the lockdown and even during the lockdown and then the normal classes. So we also assign some learning activities like discussion forums whereby students can discuss on the topic. And we create interactive lessons within the VLE whereby students can access the content at their own pace, and then they are assessed according to the content they have studied. And we assign collaborative wiki, blog, interactive videos, live quiz as an activity. Okay, the next thing is assessing in blended learning. So the COVID situations has forced us not only to learn new technologies and use new VLE features, but it has also forced us to embed formative and summative assessment to substitute traditional classroom assessment. So we use a quiz, poll everywhere, Mentimeter, Slido, Google Forms, lessons, workshop, interactive videos to assess the student formatively as well as summatively. And during the pandemic time in 2020, we had to switch on to fully online exams. We could successfully conduct the exam. And then to monitor the students during the exam, we used e-proctoring plugin, which is available in our VLE. And we also had installed plagiarism software, plagiarism plugin in VLE to check the level of plagiarism in students' assignments. And the last one, final one, so out of this situation, COVID situations, we had tried a new strategies, that is flipped classroom. So that in traditional classroom, everything is done in the classroom. The lecturer lectures the lesson using the materials that is uploaded in VLE, and a student listens to the lecture, take notes, and then answer some questions and even solve questions. At home, the students are given homework to complete the task on VLE. But however, now we have switched, most of our lecturers have switched over to new pedagogy, that is flipped classroom. So what we do is students are assigned self-study materials at home on VLE before coming to the class. And inside the class, we use the class time for discussion, speaking, discussion, and practicing with lecturers and peers. And again, the student go home and complete the assigned tasks on VLE. So this flipped classroom is quite effective in keeping the student engaged with the materials which were uploaded by the lecturers on VLE. So these are the things which we have done during the COVID times, and even now we are continuing providing the instructions in a form of blended learning. So the only challenges which we find during those blended learning sessions are the lecturers' knowledge of use of technology sometimes is sometimes does not match with the students' technological knowledge, and then we have to learn the use of technologies through a series of continuous professional development. And then still we are undergoing lots of CPD in the use of technology, so that we can make the learning engaging and provide a quality education to our students. And we also try to model the use of technology in the classroom. So we especially model it so that our students can take back the experiences and knowledge they experience and knowledge in their workplace later on when they become a teacher. And then we expect them to be using the similar ideas in their classrooms in future. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much, Tandin sir. I was just about to interrupt you because towards the end of the presentation, the slides were blank. So anyways, thank you so much.
Yeah, I had to remove the slides because some of these were repeated. That's why
okay.
I kept only the 3 slides.
Okay, right. Thank you very much indeed, Tandin sir, for your presentation, and then presenting or reflecting on the challenges and then the current practices that you have, that particularly Samsi College of Education has adopted the flipped classroom. Very interesting to know that. And then now we will move on with the next presentation.
Ugin ma'am, just a quick request to Tandin sir.
Yes.
Very much, Tandin sir, for your excellent presentation and highlighting the overall the importance of blended learning. And what I request you, if you can kindly share this presentation slides with us, so we will compile it in the master slide, and we will share it with all of our participants. Some of the participants and attendees have requested to access slides, so for their further reference and reading purpose. So it will be really great if you can kindly share the slides with us.
Yes, thank you. I'll share it.
Over to you. Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Keshav, for reminding the speakers on this. And now, in the interest of time, because we would like to have more of discussion, which means more questions are expected, or we are expecting questions from the participants as well as from the speakers, so that what are the challenges, issues, solutions that were proposed during the while presenting, so that we can really discuss in depth. So now with this, we will move on to the last speaker of the session 1, Mr. Yishe Wangchuk, who is also the lecturer at College of Science and Technology. Floor is yours, Yishe sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? And is my slides visible?
Yeah, yes, sir. The slide as well as the audibility is very clear. Please carry on.
Thank you once again. Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor for me to be amongst you. And indeed, it is a privilege to represent the CST in presenting the blended learning and traditional method of learning where we practice in CST. So if I introduce myself, my name is Yishe Wangchuk. I'm a lecturer in Information Technology Department, College of Science and Technology under the Royal University of Bhutan. Today, I'm going to walk through these topics. Of course, many of my slides will be just move quickly because many of the points have been already covered by the previous speakers. I would like to talk about the e-learning and educations in Royal University of Bhutan in context to the College of Science and Technology, and blended learning practices at RAP colleges. Of course, again, the points are being already addressed by some of the previous speakers. And education challenges at CST before the COVID-19 and during the COVID-19, and what after maybe the COVID-19, the college will have adopted the learning approach. And I would also like to share some of the challenges and the challenges that we have addressed in a college level. So I think this background on the discussions of the college and the university schools closed because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and many young people's children's students were affected, and nevertheless in Bhutan as well, there were challenges, and there is a challenge, and there will be a challenge. And nevertheless, the MOE has managed to continue the educations by delivering the content through national televisions, like using the Google Classrooms and social media. So in RAP colleges, what we have adopted in e-learning was use of the learning management systems, which is being configured by using Moodle open source. And therefore, the e-learning has become something which is very important part of the education systems. And the view of the education systems is now has been changed from the methods that we have already we have been practicing, and it is now we need to follow some of the approach. The kind of approach that we need to follow is the blended learning. So I'm not going to talk much of this thing. The e-learning is many of the people know that what is e-learning, the advantage of e-learning, which can be accessed from anywhere, anytime, and not even leaving any students behind in the learning. So anyone can access the content through the e-learning. Actually, through this e-learning, everything is possible, but we cannot explicitly remove the way that we have been practicing in the universities and schools, called as classroom-based learning. So this is also very important. And now I'm not going to again talk much about how the classrooms teachings are going on and what type of the methods we are following. But the thing is that I would like to share on the way that we have tried to overcome the challenges after the COVID-19, or after the outbreak of COVID-19 and the closure of the schools and the colleges, what the solutions we have proposed. So thanks for the universities for allowing us to have the Moodle as LMS systems across the universities, across the colleges in the university. And what we have been following for the blended learning in the university is we are following a low impact blend, because as far the alumni shared and the carbon, there were three different design approaches of the blended learning. So among these three, we are able to use the low impact blend, where some of the additional activities we could use and not fully the online. So this is what we call as a low impact blend, and the low impact blend design approach of blended learning are being followed by the universities. Now, coming to the CST adoptions of the e-learning tools, as Madam Ugen has already talked about the e-learning comprehensively, and we use the e-learning as a learning management systems, or we call it as a VLE. These terms are used interchangeably: e-learning, VLE, learning management systems, which has been configured by using Moodle open source. And the video conferencing tools at CST, we have formed a group to find it out which tools needs to be integrated onto our existing VLE systems for having a continuity of the learning after outbreaks of COVID-19 and the closure of the college. So the BBB is a big blue buttons activity, and the Zoom plugins were integrated to the system. And then now for the online classes, we call it a virtual class. For virtual classes, these tools are being used in the college, mostly use Zoom, but within the college, we use the BBB because we have a server, a local server here, and Zoom we do not have, because Zoom it has to be go outside. So therefore, some prefers BBB, some prefers Zoom, but we have not restricted which tools to be used. But from these two tools, they can use it. Other tools are also commonly used when interacting with the other external people, like webinars and all those things. So, what audio and video auditing tools are being used? As Madam Ugen has already shared, that Camtasia has been used, and it is trial versions. We have purchased this Camtasia, and we are using for developing our e-content. And also there is an open source Cam Studio. So, but this doesn't have the features as good as that of the Camtasia. And some of the authoring tools like Excel Learning are also being used in the college to prepare SCORM packages, where these SCORM packages can be shared through the existing VLE system, so that students can adopt the adaptive learning, where there will be inclusions of the quizzes and the feedbacks together. So other tools like Google Slides, Jamboards, and whiteboards are being used. Now, what is blended learning? I think the previous speakers, Mr. Sonam has already stressed on blended learning. The blended learning is combinations, or is a mix of online and contact teachings. So this is exactly what we follow at CST, because half of the students are at home and half are on campus because of the COVID-19 procedure that we need to follow. Because we falls under the high risk zone, the college falls under high risk zone, like SAMSI, College of Education, College of Science and Technology, and GENIC. So we were under the high risk zone. So the disruptions of the education has a lot of negative impact. So now 50% takes online through using big blue buttons and the Zoom, and 50% are using the face-to-face traditional based classroom learning. So mainly among the blended learning, there are very many approaches available. Among these approaches, the CST follow the flipped laboratories or the flipped classrooms model, as well as the project-based blended learning model, in addition to the online driver and face-to-face driver. So I would say that how these flipped laboratories and how the flipped classrooms are having the impact, because now the students cannot access the laboratories that are available here. And it's also very difficult for the students to purchase these equipments. So for this, what the faculty and the lab technicians do is they take the recording of how it should work, and they send the readings to the students, and then students do the analysis, and that's how it gets popular, and it is a blended learning. Now, the blended learning proposals by the Sabah in Alcat Open Universities, if we look at the blends blended model, in CST and I think in university as a whole, we are using a blended model 1 before the COVID-19 and blended model 3 after the COVID-19. I think we do not have the video streaming facilities for following the blended model 2. So the delivery methods through the virtual classroom, as I have been sharing through the BBB, Big Blue Buttons, and the Zoom virtual class video conferencing tools. And again, for half of the students there on campus doing the face-to-face. And the content through the e-content development using the Excel learnings and authoring tools, as well as recording by Camtasia and uploading on VLE. Again, there is a challenge when it's uploading on VLE because of the size of the video. Now, what the colleagues, the faculty here are doing is now they are also sharing the videos recorded on Google Drive, so where students can also access. And like formative and summative assessments conducted online in e-assessments, even Sartandin Benjo has talked about how the assessments and examinations has conducted. So similarly, we conduct this for the online students, every components of assessment online, and for students on campus, we conduct the face-to-face kind of examinations. So the tools for implementing the blended learnings in order to leverage the use of the VLE's features like activities and resources, and for also using the adaptive learning methods, there are good features on VLE, on Moodle, LMS, and students can access if the faculty has a capability of preparing e-content. Now, this platform will help or is helping in the college for delivering the content through online mode. There was a challenge, as I have talked about this a minute ago. Challenges was, for instance, my students, when I gave them a work to be executed, then they need some specifications or laptops, which every students will not have the laptop, or which every students will not have the equipments to do the hands-on practical. So what the college has done is, now we call the students, half of the students in the half semester, they will be online, half semester, they will be on campus, they will be called. And the students who are online, they will be sending home for the students who are on campus, they will be sending home for online, and students who are online, they will be called for the face-to-face teaching learning process at the college. So how the college has overcome the challenges before the COVID-19, during the COVID-19, and after the COVID-19, what is the way forward? So actually, before we were using kind of e-learning, not especially the blended learning form, but kind of e-learning. The e-learning, people are very reluctant to use the e-learning platform, because this is a problem with the competency. If the people or users are not competent enough to use the tools, then they will just shy away of using the tools. So for that, it is important that even the management has to support for the rigorous way of capacity building on using the tools. So that's what exactly the CST has done for overcoming this. And now we were not prepared because no one is prepared for the COVID-19. So now when the outbreaks happened, then college has to close and students were sent home. And what is the solution? The solution that we have adopted by forming a team from IT department and the ICT sections, we have done a thorough study of using the tools, pros and cons, and then check for the integrations with the existing system. So then we found this BBB and Zoom is very commonly used in the universities. So we have proposed, and then the thorough training of using this BBB and Zoom about a half day were given to all faculty members in the college. And after, maybe this is kind of a way forward. Now we are following, the university as a whole is following a low impact blend. Maybe we can look into the medium impact blend so that we can have the activities from designed by ourselves using kind of the authoring tools for making adaptive learning and also for adopting the 21st century teaching learning methods. So this will always be a part and parcel of the learning at the College of Science and Technology. And we also think of some of the courses which can be given online, I mean the full course online, kind of the MOOC courses. But we cannot always forget about the instructor-led training, the traditional based classroom learning. So this is my last slide. I'm going to share how the e-learning has been evolved over the times at CST. Until 2009, we were using a traditional based of tools, kind of chalk and board. So in 2010 and 11, we used Docio's LMS. This is also open source, and people are very reluctant to use at the beginning, but over the time with the training and the usage training, they were able to cope up and they found the advantages. So in 2011, we used Moodle LMS with the initiative from the Royal University of Bhutan for all the colleges. So we also use the Moodle LMS, and now we are still using the Moodle LMS version 3.11. And the challenging is now, what challenges we see is the challenges of using a new features. People or the teachers are used to with the old features. And now when it's being installed with the new features, there are new features available. So they were not knowing how to use it. So to fill up the gap of knowing how to, for the preparations or for the using of the VLE or LMS, then there is a series of training offered based on the interest for about 1 hour or 2 hours gap. We offered the training in batches as well. So that's how to make the flexibility of using the e-learning tools. So with this, I would like to end my presentations. So that's all. So these are the references. So Kadunche, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Yishi Wangchuk, for a very, I would say, splendid presentation on the practices that CST is undertaking. Also the experiences that you had, the college has actually had during the pandemic, and how this pandemic has taught the college, or rather the Royal University of Bhutan, to overcome the challenges so that our teaching and learning is effective. To quickly summarize on the session 1, Since 3 speakers were from the Royal University of Bhutan, so we had very much common aspects being shared here. So it was particularly the virtual learning environment, which was introduced before the pandemic and which did not pick up well. I think that's the same case, but still some colleges like some College of Education, since they had this distance learning teachers, so they were made to use that compulsorily. So that was very handy for RUB during the pandemic. And then many challenges were shared, and then also what you call the new practices that, or the, let's say, even if you don't call it as the best practices, but I would say new practices were adopted because of pandemic that made us to innovate and then make our teaching learning possible, where we could see in some college flipped classroom beside with the use of VAD, and then there were many more in CST as well, and then with that, having VLE as well, we had lots of challenges that we had faced. So I'll like to put it up in the question answering session because I don't see much on the chat board particularly on the questions, which were very simple, I guess, and then the responses were already given by Tandin sir. And then on the very interesting part that Mr. Sonam Norbu had actually presented was on how during this pandemic, their team had actually done actually a very fantastic job, I would say, for keeping the education, our school education alive. That's a different scenario from RUB. So where 170,000 students could continue their education in different form, the radio lessons, tele education, SIM, Zoom, Google Meet, many more. So different medium was used. And then his presentation also touched upon many challenges, like having to the screen too much of time that the students were taking over screen, and then also the digital divide, which also came up in the university level. Because here we are talking about the education at school and education at the university. So these are two levels. And then so I don't want to actually take lots of time because we have almost 14-15 minutes left to be 12. And then within that time, I would like to ask some questions to the panelists here or the speakers here. And then maybe in the meantime, you might get some questions from the participants here. So with this very interesting presentation, I would like to thank everyone and then move on to the question answering session. I also saw a few questions being dropped in the chat, but those were responded by Tandin sir. Thank you so much for keeping our participants engaged side by side by responding to the queries that they had. Very technical responses were given by Tandin sir. Thank you very much indeed. And yeah, and there are many information that you could run through. All of you can have access to them. And to make use of the time, I would like to ask to any of the speaker, anyone can respond. So because many a time in all the presentation, 4 of us, we have come up saying that there are challenges, especially it's on the digital divide, I would say, because in case, even if the faculty or the teachers have access to the resources like the IT infrastructures and connectivity, whatever, but our students, the user ends, are not having it. So if you really have to, include blended learning, learning besides the traditional classroom learning, so how can you overcome this digital divide? Because without digital divide, we cannot go on with the blended learning, particularly the online one. So anyone can start to respond to this. Is the question clear? Maybe just to reiterate, what are the strategies or the measures that the stakeholders, the relevant stakeholders should take so that the digital divide is, to some extent, is broken, and then the access to education is not affected, be it during pandemic or post-pandemic. Maybe, yeah, okay, Shisa, you would like to respond first?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take this opportunity to just share a few words on questions that Madam has put up. The first thing that to be able to implement the blended learning in the doesn't matter whether it is in universities or in the schools, the policy has to be clear. The policy, the regulations has to be put in so that everybody knows what and how we have to do for the educations. Next thing is to fill up the gap, although it would be difficult if the end users do not have their device, electronic device, but they should have the electronic device. And the thing is that the faculty or faculty should act as a facilitator now, no more teaching. Faculty has to act as a facilitator by having the content, interactive content designed and shared to the students. So for that to fill up the gap, again, the faculty members or the school teachers or whoever wants to give the delivery has to have the e-learning or using the authoring tools. They have to have a competency. So the building up of the competency is the most important part of bridging the gap. So these two things I would like to submit based on your question, Madam. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ishisa, for bringing up your suggestion. And then later I would like to summarize. Maybe now we move to the next speaker who would like to respond to the question. Thank you so much, Ishisa.
Hello.
Yes, Sonam, so you can go ahead.
Yes, my proposition would be like it should be relooking at the student and the computer ratios in schools. And I also believe, and I also know that Ministry of Education is going ahead with additional laboratories and like additional computers supplied to the school. So that would be one big step that we need to take urgently. And another thing would be like families should now relook and start investing in digital devices. I think we can always have a decent device that supports Google Classroom or that supports internet. So that would be a reprioritization. And on the other side of the families who can really not afford like digital devices, I think the government already has plans to provide tabs. So I think that should be also an urgent matter, because like how much ever we try to go forward, if we are not ready and if our like end users, like you just mentioned, the learners do not have access to digital devices, I think that would be a very unsuccessful project. And one wild like thing that I always wondered was like the community centers with computers. I think it has been there for some time, and I think it's not fully utilized. And we also have community read centers. We have community places where like we have computers and all. I think that should be made more accessible. And I also feel that schools can also remain like keep the labs open after school so that children can come and access the lab, because like there's no need or no use of like keeping the labs closed and the students not having access to computers. I think that would be some interventions that we should be looking into urgently. Thank you.
So maybe if I share one point here, earlier we had the hole in the wall, whereby the child in the community can access the internet. So maybe if we can revive that idea of having a hole in wall at strategic places in the community, so that may help to reduce the digital divide. I think that's what I feel. So maybe we should revive that the system.
Thank you so much, Tandin sir. I was not able to catch up that word. What was some wall?
Hole in wall. Hole in wall. Hole-in-one. Yeah.
Hole-in-one.
That was initiated by Chief Rikpel in the year 2010, when there was a Chief Rikpel project. So that seems to be now missing, is out of place. That was a very good idea to reduce the digital divide.
Okay, thank you so much, Tandin sir. I think, yeah, sometimes we don't hear you. So if sir has already shared your view, now I would like to ask Megha, because sorry, I saw your hand raised. I do not know if you had been keeping your hands raised for a long time. So it's your opportunity now, Megha.
Thank you so much. Firstly, really enjoyed the presentation. I come from a very regional perspective, and I really like what Bhutan has to share, especially the TV and everything. But my question to you is not from a way, I want to, because I find the concept of flipped learning very interesting for the region. I have not seen this in any other country in the region. I've had the thing. So I just want to know one thing is, so flipped learning can be applicable to university students, which I understand because you're a university. But what about primary school? You know, there's one side you have flipped learning, and the other side you have saying that, you know, parents should not, you know, there's a lot of burden on parents. I'm also a parent and I know how much burden I have. So how do you see that balance? Because I think this is a very interesting topic, not only for today, but also for our regional webinar. So with that perspective, I would like to ask you this question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megha, for bringing very interesting question. You know, that's obviously true. Maybe if someone from the speaker would like to respond to Megha's question.
So maybe if I can respond to Megha's question. I think flipped classroom would work very well even in the school settings, because this time in these situations now, most of the students have that digital devices. Because of pandemic, we are forced to buy. Even myself, I was forced to buy 2 mobile devices for online classes for my 2 daughters. So 1 is not enough, so we had to buy 2. So in the flipped classroom, what the idea is, the 2 teachers post the learning materials for the student to go through it. So this is to check whether, keep in track whether the students are reading the materials provided at home or not. So at the end, after when they come to the class, in the class, they do everything. They do all the discussions. There is no teaching actually. There's a discussion on what they have understood from the materials provided beforehand. And this would also help student read, because Buddhist students, we find Buddhist students to be not much interested in reading. So here we are making a student read beforehand and then understand the lessons. And then when they come in the class, then there's where discussion. Inside the class, there is a discussions, no homework. Everything they have not understood is discussed in the class. So that I think it will be useful in the schools as well. Because now we are taking a role of facilitator. We are fully engaging the students in learning. I hope I have answered your
Thank you so much.
question.
It's very interesting, a really interesting concept. I'm really looking forward to the next presenters. It's I think Bhutan has a lot of very interesting experiences, not only for you all, but also I think for the other countries in the region. Thank you so much.
We are still picking up. We are still picking up.
Yeah, actually, thank you so much, Megha, for that comment and appreciation. Actually, Tandin Penjo sir is one of the pioneers, I would say, as far as I know, who has been very much, has done a lot of contribution in this IT, I would say, IT technologies. So we very much thank Tandin sir. And then I think CNR also would like to learn from whatever like practices you have, particularly the flipped classroom is very interesting, and definitely maybe some of the participants here could be our CNR faculties and students, so they might also be listening to you. Thank you so much. So maybe in the interest of time, I just have 1 minute left for 12 o'clock. So like to summarize, or rather just to emphasize on what Isha sir and Sonam Norbu sir had actually mentioned or responded, reiterating on what they have said. First thing is that if you have to break this, or like the strategy that we need to adopt in order to break this digital divide, if you have to take forward the blended learning, is first the policy or the regulation in the country should be put in place, because right now we do not have any policy that is there which guides us to say what is the clear directive if you have to carry on with the blended learning. And the other important thing is the faculty. Although we have this student-centered learning been already introduced into the university, where we don't want to be a teacher, a classical or traditional teacher, but rather a facilitator. So we have to change our shoe by saying we want to be a facilitator as a tutor. And with that comes the competency building of both the faculty and the students. So that's what, Isha sir, you have shared here. So I hope I have captured well. And this very interesting thing that Sonam sir, you have mentioned is that's coming from the school situation and experience, where that's very true. In the that's the ground reality that that we have to relook when we are making policy or we are looking at the strategy that we want to adopt. We really have to relook and see what is the ratio of students and the computer, the student-computer ratio in the schools. So which also pinpoints the infrastructure. Is it adequate to support this blended learning? And then very interesting, the families, the parents, which has very important role to play in students' learning in schools. So where we have to ask, we have to convince, or the parents of the children should understand the importance. And then now we are no longer sticking to traditional learning, but rather we have to switch to the blended, especially the online, where the use of gadgets is very important. So we need to invest. So that we need to convince some of our families. I also know personally who are a little bit apprehensive in allowing the children to use mobile. So the other thing is, already government has invested quite a lot in the centers, like CC centers, community centers, and there are many read centers and all are there across the rural parts or the geoks, the blocks in the country. So that is observed not to be fully utilized, which besides the other facilities that's provided to the rural pockets, the rural community, it can also be used for education purpose. So that's very interesting. And then I also really agree with what Sonam sir talked about, keeping the labs open after the school hours. So which many may not agree because of lots of logistic issues, but that's very interesting. That would be very much useful for those students who do not have their self-owned or gadgets, and then they can have very good access to these labs facilities. And then also, Tandin sir, you have mentioned about the hole in the wall. So that was that's also a huge investment. I agree, but the government, which has now is no more, I guess it's available. So it seems like we need to revive similar. So government has done enough. I had done quite a lot before the pandemic, and these already established infrastructure should be revived and then tried to be used, can be used. And then that's how the blended learning is to some extent possible. So with this, thank you so much. I can see, and then I would also like to acknowledge Mr. Ugyen, who had been very active, and also Mr. Namge, who had been very much active in the chat box. So sorry, because of lack of time, I'm not able to read out but I guess all of you have side by side read the chat box. So with this, I would like to thank you, and then thank all the speakers, and then even the participants for keeping the chat box alive, and then also bringing in very interesting experiences. Your opinion in today's session 1, blended learning versus traditional classroom. So I would like to hand over back to Keshav, and then thank you so much. I hope my moderatorship, I could do justice to the moderatorship that was given to me. So with this, thank you so much, and good day to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think with that, we conclude the session number 1. I think so with that, just the interest of time, we'll move into the session number 2, which is on infrastructure and teacher development in new context. So may I now request Mr. Sonam Panjor, who is a Chief ICT Officer in Royal University of Bhutan, to kindly take over the session. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning to all. For this session 2, I'm the moderator, and this will be on the infrastructures and teacher development in the new context. Basically, for this session, we'll be presenting on the technical aspects as well as the infrastructures requirement for the VLE. Here, I will term more or less on this one as a virtual learning environment rather than the blended learning. So we have been using this term virtual learning environment since it began in the year 2010. So I'm the first speaker for this session, and let me share my presentation slide. Is it okay?
Yeah, you can share your screen, sir.
Okay. Is it visible? Can you see my?
Yeah, we can see your screen. Just make it full screen so that will be better.
Yes, that's fine. Okay. So basically, I'll be covering the background of infrastructures, and really in the beginning, when the Royal University of Bhutan is launched, and then I'll cover brief on this virtual learning environment. I'll just put off my video so that I can have proper connectivity to the internet, and then okay. Then technical challenges on the alien infrastructures during that time we faced, what all the challenges that we faced, and then the capacity development to handle this really network and system all together in one package, and then the again the next level of really and infrastructures during the COVID-19, and then I'll just talk about what all the challenges that we faced during that time, during the COVID-19, as well as what are the future plans for our really to move forward. So our Royal University was launched in 2003, and during that time we have the network connectivity at the office of the Vice Chancellor. By the way, I'm working at the office of the Vice Chancellor, which is the coordinating office for the Royal University of Bhutan member colleges. And during that time, as we all know, that connectivity speed at our office was 64 kbps, and you can imagine the type of speed that we had during that time. And most of the colleges' network connectivity were not above the 2 Mbps, which is very, very low as compared to what we have today. And well, in the beginning, we don't have any protection, so all our systems has been vulnerable to the attacks. Then during that time, in 2006, where the Tandisnar has mentioned that the Samchi College of Education was using the Moodle, and during that time I have been to their colleges and then just checked how it's been used, and I believe that from that time itself the localization was going on for this Moodle, where our local language was integrated onto the Moodle 1.9, version 1.9. Then as time, then in the year 2006, we had a very big project, which is called it as the RUB Wide Area Network Project, with the aim of interconnecting the colleges. During that time, we have the massive infrastructure upgrades. So through this project, our infrastructures has been upgraded. And then simultaneously in the year 2010, the real virtual learning environment project was started. And then for this project, we have hired the consultant from the Sri Lanka University, one of the university from Sri Lanka. And this project was funded by the World Bank. project. So we used Moodle platform for the virtual learning environment, and then this platform has been at the individual college location. The reason was we have a very limited connectivity to the internet. That's why, and it will be very difficult if we have this instance in one location, which means in the central coordinating office, because if the last mile connectivity is not that good, then the accessibility will face the problem during the time accessibility. And then through this project, we have bought the servers as well as the backup servers for this really, and it was installed at the individual colleges. During that time, we have 9 member colleges. We have provided all the backups along with the power also, and then we have installed this module instances on their servers. Then basically the training were conducted in 2 categories. One is fully focused for the IT administrator, which will be helping on the technical aspects of the Moodle, and then the management of the really, which really focus on the faculty development on how to manage the features of the really for their delivery. And then we had separate training on the instructional design using the multimedia tools like authoring tools like Flash. Everything has been covered in this separate training, but I feel that this instructional design using the multimedia tools was not that good, and it is yet to pick up the content development using these tools. And then after the training, we have launched formally VLE at the Royal University of Bhutan in the month of May 2011. Then after the launching of this technical challenges, launching of this VLE, then we faced the technical challenges. Number one, as I've saying from the beginning, that internet connectivity was not good. Then again, we lacked the experience on the technical issues, even to handle this network and system. System includes the virtual learning environment too. And then the content preparation, that time, most of the colleges, I'm saying most of the colleges were not that much prepared for to develop the content. And mostly these contents, the whatever contents they developed were based on the analog format, meaning that just for uploading and downloading of the simple materials like PowerPoint, PDF files, those things. Then the interaction was not huge. It has got very less interaction, as well as the content sharing through the Moodle platform. And one of the reasons during that time was the exposure towards the VLE was very limited. We didn't have much idea on how this really works during that time. Then we started building our human capital, especially for the IT administrator. And then from that angle, we were able to build and design our own network. And then we were able to solve our own problems because our instance of this Moodle is based on the open source. We have been using the open source tools as a platform, so we are much more acceptable. We gain acceptable experience in handling the Moodle instance. And then in the year 2016, we have the National Research and Education Network, which we call it as DUPREN. It has got a very big pipe. So our university members, colleges were connected to this network, and the speed ranges from 1 gigabit per second to 100 Mbps. That one is interconnectivity between the colleges, as well as connection with the other regional, where they have with the other university, so that we can have a big pipe for exchanging our information, which can be used for our research purpose. Then from 2016, I would say that most of our IT, whoever are looking after the model administration or the technical aspects, we have fairly acceptable level of experience. We can handle our difficulties for making this, to ensuring Moodle to work smoothly. Because we have 9 colleges, and within these 9 colleges, we have IT who looks after the module. And I would rather say that we have got very good ecosystem, because we tend to help each other, as whenever there is a problem we face, we ask our different IT to the different colleges, and we try to solve the problem. That's why we have got quite good ecosystem. Then as the previous speaker has already outlined the conference software that we have been using. Yes, the software that we used were BBB Zooms and others. But before using the software, we also did research on what all the bandwidth has been consumed when different conference software has been offered to the users. So there also we did research, and then Ishi sir was saying that the advantages of using these things, using the BBB for which for the type of network, and Zoom for the type of another network. So comparatively, our results were similar to what Ishi sir was presenting. Okay, and then virtual learning environment before the pandemic, we had the very draft VLE regulation in place, how to handle the VLE. And then most of our previous panel speaker has said that the usage rate were not very optimal. So although we have the draft regulation in place, but the rate of usage in most of the colleges were not encouraging, I should admit it. And due to that one, the content were not very heavy, mostly restricted to assignment, quiz, discussion forum. Still, those assignment, quiz, discussion forums were not widely used. It has been used in some colleges only. In some other colleges, these activities were not even used. Then during the time of pandemic, all of a sudden, this really usage of this really has increased dramatically, which more of the content has become online, and then that leads to the pressure on the infrastructures. And then we were just researching how to integrate all those some of the heaviest content. So we just proposed that if you have very huge video content, then advised our university to use the YouTube channel, and if they have huge content, then use the Google Apps, which is where we have been using the email, which they have provided very huge space of 1 terabyte. So we have been requesting our university to integrate all those the content if it is very huge, because the accessibility in terms of synchronous, asynchronous has been increased dramatically. And when those increased, the pressure on the infrastructures also increased, where we have to be, our existing servers, existing spaces, existing softwares were not able to handle those things. And then we had to find the other alternatives. And then due to this one, we have been able to resolve some of the issues, because we have been sharing our available spaces among the colleges. For example, like if one colleges were not able to conduct the activities, then whoever colleges has empty spaces, we try to provide those things. And then based on the content, we have revised the regulation, but it has been, is yet to be approved, because that regulation says that if we are developing the content based on the video, what will be the space, how much time it should have, even in terms of audio also. So if that space crosses the limit, what they have to do, these things are captured in this really regulation. And then after these things, we as I've mentioned that infrastructures also, we have faced problem on the infrastructures like server space, and then we have to scale our services. And when we scale our services, if our networks were not good, then we have to redesign all the network, and then we try to integrate, we try to face, we try to solve those problems. And then services, in terms of services also, we have to deal with the faculties with the zero experience to the faculties who have got the advanced experience. So we try to figure it out, and then we did address the issues. And by the time when we reached here, many plugins were obsolete. When we upgraded, as the previous speakers have said, that when we move from one version to another version, then the previous version needs retraining of the users. These things. And the worst part is, whenever those services becomes online, there were many attacks coming in. So we were able to handle at least at the moment security aspects also. But major problem that we have faced is regarding the content development. So content, as I've mentioned, that we have to deal with the zero experience users to the most experienced one, as well as the accessibility when it becomes online, how the end users face problem to access those services. So we did some research on these things, and then we were able to somehow manage till date the accessibility and the delivery of the content. Then our main future plan, our blended learning project. Now I term it as a blended learning because this will be mostly focused on this blended learning. And then this project is going on, but it will be based on the existing system. So it will cover the content development, delivery system, infrastructures, upgradation. And then we have another plan is the Dukrane connectivity is there, which we want to promote this one for the further on the research and education purpose, where we want to use this network for our own applications. And then, as I said, we just wanted to increase the interaction between the colleges. And then we have the EduRoam services there. We just wanted to expand this. And using this connectivity, we just wanted to have robust and appropriate disaster and recovery system so that whenever disaster we face, we can recover it easily, our content. So those are the future plus that we have right now initiated. And then other things we can just hopefully, whatever the problem that we face has been, we were able to fix at least at the moment. And then whatever we are doing delivery, although we have faced the problem, but from the technical aspect, we were able to resolve it. Thank you. Okay, where's that? Now, in this session, we have I should say we have diverse speakers. We have one from the medical college, Miss Kunjang Pelden, and then we have Karma Jamyang from the Department of Information Technology and Telecom, who looks after the National Education and National Research and Education Network, which is called it as Dukrane, and of course my colleague Damchidoji from the Samji College of Education. First, may I invite Miss Kunjang Pelden to present on the same topic. So I'd like to request Miss Kunjang Pelden. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to share my screen. Before I share my screen, I would also like to go without a video. so that I don't face any problems while presenting now. I hope my presentation is visible to all the members.
Yes, yes.
Okay, to introduce again, good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists and a worthy participant. I'm Kinzong Palden, ICT officer representing KASpaces University of Medical Sciences of Bhutan. To continue with the session, infrastructure and teacher development in new contexts, I quote, education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. I unquote by Nelson Mandela. A beautiful quote for a day. And I think everyone will agree how beautiful world is changing due to the development of education. And this is my outline, education system in Bhutan. I will be speaking on education system in Bhutan, infrastructure and teacher development in new context. And to give a brief history on education system in Bhutan, I'll not talk much about it since it's already said or presented by the early speaker. So I'll just give a brief history or a very gist of it. Before it used to be a traditional teacher center where it is all focused on teacher. The student receive only what teacher knows or what teacher teaches to them. And later it shifted to a modern student center where the focus has been shifted to the student. Students were given a priority or a center of, it has been placed at the center of the learning process. And now it is changing to a transformational education where students are being groomed to the requirement of the world. That is wholesome education, which is value-based and job-oriented. And over the last few years, His Majesty the King, the Honorable Chancellor of KASpaces University, KASpaces University of Medical Sciences of Bhutan, has been enlightening us on significance of integrating the new technologies in education. Now the infrastructure and teacher development in new context. We know how important education is. For education to advance in the future, I think infrastructure and teacher development plays a pivotal role in here. It is like a pillar for the education to develop. As I said, both the infrastructure and teacher development are equally important areas in the education, and progress and equity of education must have an equal distribution of infrastructure, resources, and teacher. And I think this is questionable even in the same region. Now the infrastructure, during the pandemic time, it made us realize how infrastructure are very important. Due to the problem that we have faced. Some of the problem has been already mentioned by the earlier speaker, so I don't want to point it out again. So what we have done is that we also have faced the same problem as mentioned earlier. For that, we have upgraded our existing ICT infrastructure with the help from JICA, that is Japan International Cooperation Agency. And some of the infrastructure that we have upgraded are the network equipment, such as router or a server and EPs and all that. And we have also increased the internet speed. Before it used to be 100 Mbps. Now it is upgraded to 1 gigabytes. And there is also a future plan of upgrading to a 10 also. And in the teaching learning purpose, we have smart classroom. Smart classroom is an interactive board where interactive board to teach and learn. It is a new way of delivering teaching to the student. And some of the advantage that we have over the smart classroom is that it is a real-time blended teaching and learning, and it also has a new classroom experience. And another is audiovisual studio. The audiovisual studio is for developing the educational resources, and For that purpose, the staff from our university is also undergoing audiovisual studio training now. And another one is the developed LMS. They are already using the LMS system, and they are also planning to do another 3 more LMS for the future. And the importance of infrastructure, I think I need not have to stress on importance of it. Improves the equality of education. And these are some of the points where if we improve the infrastructure in the benefit of the infrastructure that we will have, it helps in improving the innovative teaching learning skill. It will. And these are some of the points that it has. And from that, what I would say is the infrastructure is the backbone of education. Education in the future, if education has to progress or advance, I think infrastructure is a must during such a pandemic time. And the teacher development. Teacher is the ultimate role model for all the students. And I think to deliver anything to the student, I think teacher have to have enough knowledge about everything. So for that purpose, I think teacher has to be trained well to teach to the students. They have to get a proper training regarding anything. If it's based on the technologies or infrastructure, I think first we need to train the teacher to be able to deliver to the students. And this is very important for the education development as students learn from their teacher. And these are some of the importance of teacher development. Helps an educator to improve his or her teaching abilities, helps to improve innovative teaching learning skills, and better learning outcomes for the students. To continue with, it also develop better skills in organizing and management of a classroom and improve leadership ability leading to career growth. To conclude this presentation, I think if we really want to accelerate the progress or equity of our education, strengthening the infrastructure and education resources is a must, and enhancing on teacher development is also another must. And improving the quality of education is another must for accelerating the progress and equity of our education. And before I end my session, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity. And because I'm new to both the university and the webinar, I hope I did them both the justice. And I would like to end this session with my presentation with a quote: educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Thank you, Lateshtele.
Thank you very much, Kinza. By the way, let me outline that Ms. Kinza Palan has joined Castle Gateway University in the year 2020, if I'm not mistaken, and she did a very good presentation despite recently joined the Castle Gateway University. Thank you, Kinza, once more. Our presentation is mostly focused on the preparation and development of the infrastructures and strengthening, at the same time, strengthening the infrastructures for the virtual learning environment. And then it also focus on how the infrastructures will be able to improve the quality of the learning education, quality of the online education. However, having said that, the teacher development for using the technology is also is also very important, so that the outcome for the education will be better. Thank you very much, Kinza, once more. And now, may I request Mr. Karma Jamyang. He is also my colleague who is working at the Ministry of Information Communication under the Department of Information and Technology. He is the main focal person for looking after the Druk Research and Education Network. So may I invite Mr. Karma to present?
Thank you, Sanam Penchu. I'll start sharing my screen. Good afternoon to all. I am Karma Jamyam. I'm with the Department of Information Technology and Telecom under Ministry of Information and Communications. I'll be talking about internet infrastructure for schools in Bhutan. I've already seen lots of questions. Hopefully, my presentation will address some of the concerns raised by the participants on the chat box. I am speaking from home, so I'll turn off my video. So this is my presentation outline. I will briefly touch on the topic Internet by numbers in Bhutan to give an insight on where we are as a country. I will also give a brief background on the Internet infrastructure in Bhutan. I will talk in detail about the Internet infrastructure in schools. We'll also touch on the research and education network concept. And then I will share the updates and plans on the Druk Research and Education Network. So Internet was launched in Bhutan in 1999. Back then, Bhutan was using satellite to connect to the rest of the world. Early Internet services included dial-up and lease line services. As you saw from Sonam Penju's presentation, Royal University of Bhutan Office of Vice Chancellor was one of the, I think, first customer who paid for this lease line services, amounting to 50,000 per month, Neuritrum, about 800, 700 US dollars per month for 64 kbps line back in early 2000. So Bhutan replaced the satellite communication with high-speed, low-latency fiber optic cable only in December 2007. Today, we have 7 licensed internet service providers in the country, out of which 3 are the national ISPs, which means that these 3 national ISPs, they provide nationwide internet services. These 3 internet service providers import total of 51 gigabit per second international internet bandwidth for the whole country. Now, population of our country is close to 740,000 as per the 2019 National Statistic Bureau data available online. So this means that 51 gigabit per second internet bandwidth translates into 69 kbps per individual, considering the population of 740,000. Now, the Department of IT and Telecom under Ministry of Information and Communications, we have established a national fiber optic infrastructure. We have laid close to 4,000 kilometers of fiber connecting all 20 districts and 203 gigawatts in the country. Today, we have 98% of internet penetration rate. The internet penetration rate, as you are all aware, corresponds to the percentage of the total population of our country that uses the internet. However, besides the mobile and fixed broadband technology, 98% internet penetration rate includes usage of mobile internet technologies such as GPRS and Edge. These technologies do not usually have high internet throughput. So that's why I've also reflected, as you can see in the slide, 92.04% of the total population of the country uses high-speed broadband technology to access the internet. These technologies include 3G, 4G LTE, and also fixed broadband technologies using ADSL and fiber optic cables. Now, there are around 500 public schools in Bhutan. So this excludes basically extended classrooms. Currently, the schools have subscribed to approximately 5.4 gigabit per second internet bandwidth from the local internet service providers. So taking into account the total number of students and teachers, which comes to around 180,000, each user at school has today 16 kilobit per second internet bandwidth, or 16 to 30 kbps internet average bandwidth per user. Okay. But not all the teachers and students in the schools will use internet simultaneously. So let's look at the internet numbers at schools from a different pragmatic angle. So there are approximately, or they are going to have, the schools are going to have 16,000 lab computers through the initiative being undertaken by Ministry of Education. So all the schools will have a minimum of 15 to 30 computer labs, which translates to the total of 16,000. And so each lab computer at school will have approximately 338 kbps internet bandwidth. Okay. So this is the number. Now let's keep this number aside for a while. And these schools, they use different internet connectivity technology. Most of the higher secondary schools, middle secondary schools, and lower secondary schools are connected to internet using fixed broadband. That is either using ADSL technology or fiber optic cable. And most of the primary schools, almost all the primary schools, they use mobile broadband, the dongle, the 3G, 4G LTE dongle to connect to the internet. So now, keeping aside the internet infrastructure in schools for a while, I would like to briefly talk about the National and Research and Education Network. So what is National Research and Education Network? The National Research and Education Network is a dedicated high-speed network infrastructure that connects universities, colleges, tertiary and further education institutes and research institutions, hospitals, museums, and also schools. So NREN is built for a closed user group. The closed user group here is the research and education community. So NRENs join together to form regional research and education network, such as this Trans-Euro Information Network. So this is the Asia Pacific Research and Education Network. The regional research and education network, such as TN, connects the National Research Education Network in Asia. So here, in our case, this TN connects all the National Research and Education Networks in the Asia Pacific region. As you can see in the diagram, Bhutan is connected to the Regional Research and Education Network via National Knowledge Network in India. So we have a dedicated 1 gig pipe to the Global Research and Education Network. Now, this global regional research and education network, such as TN, in our case in Asia Pacific, Internet 2 in the United States of America, ARNet in Australia, they interconnect with each other to form this global research and education network. So why do we need National Research and Education Network? This is because the research and education establishments have special needs. They require high bandwidth and low latency connection. They need direct connection to other research and education institutions. NREN also enables students, teachers, lecturers to take up research activities through collaboration not feasible elsewhere. NREN, the National Research in Education Network, enables buyers club, which means that NREN aggregates service demand required by the R&D community that results in significant cost savings. So what is Druk Research in Education Network? So Druk Research and Education Network is the national research and education network of Bhutan. So we provide this service to the research and education community. Largely right now, internet. We provide peering network. As you can see in the diagram, Druk Research and Education Network is represented in a cloud. So this is the high-speed fiber optic network infrastructure that interconnects all the research and education institutes. Today, we have connected 28 research and education institutes, all higher research and education institutions, the colleges of Royal University of Bhutan, and also a few hospitals. So we aggregate the demand of the internet of all the research and education institutes, the colleges, the hospitals, and then we buy it from the local ISPs. This Druk Research Education Network is connected to the national internet exchange point, where we interconnect with the local network operators such as Bhutan Telecom, Tashi Infocom, Government Data Center at a very high speed, 10 gigabit per second. We also have access to the cache servers hosted by the network operators for free. We further connect to the Global Research and Education Network via National Knowledge Network of India. We are connected to Internet 2, we are connected to GEONT in Europe, we are connected to SINGAREN, which is the Singapore Research and Education Network. So this DRUK-REN is established to benefit the research and education community in Bhutan. We only connect research and education establishments. So today we are present in 10 districts, and as I informed earlier, we have interconnected 28 research and education institutes. These are some of the services that we provide. Besides the high-speed network services, we provide DRUK-REN Zoom service to our members. All the members that are connected to DRUK-REN are provided with Zoom licenses that has helped all our members with business continuity planning, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic area. DRUK-REN Zoom license has helped not only research and education institutes, but also the government agencies, the Ministry of Health, lots of hospitals to organize meetings, seminars, trainings, workshops seamlessly. Most importantly, DRUK-REN Zoom service ensured continued learning for colleges and the Royal University of Bhutan by hosting online classes when we had to close most of these colleges. The DRUK-REN, here at DRUK-REN, we also organize technical conference and workshops to help build capacity of the network engineers of our members. We are soon going to launch a DRUK-REN data center in October 2021, and we will provide through this data center computing and storage resources for our members. Now, DRUK-REN data center is also planned to house critical service, that is Ministry of Education learning management system, e-learning platform for all the schools. So therefore, DRUK-REN will play a vital role in providing high-speed access to this learning management system for all the schools in Bhutan. So we are working on expanding the reach, the coverage of Druk Research and Education Network in all 20 Dzongkhags. As I mentioned earlier, we are only present right now in 10 districts. Now we are going to expand the coverage of DRUK-REN, and it will cover all 20 districts. Ultimately, we will be connecting to this national research in DRUK-REN around 590 members, which includes schools, more than 500 schools, research and education higher institutions, and also the hospitals. Now, Ministry of Education is already in the process of equipping 16,000 computers at schools for close to 500 schools. As you already saw, schools today have an average of 70 kilobit per second of internet bandwidth available per computer lab, per lab computer. However, in order to implement the digital education, a 10 gigabit per second aggregated internet international transit bandwidth is required. And this is going to cost the government Niltram 150 million per annum. And this cost is based on the existing internet rate. Additionally, schools need high-speed internet bandwidth to access the learning management system being developed by MOE, and also other education resources hosted inside Bhutan. So that's where Drukren comes in. We would like to take advantage of the buyers club that Drukren enables. So we have already floated the tender for internet rates for all the government agencies, including schools, hospitals, and research and education institutes. So what we will do is we will receive a very good price, internet price, aggregated internet bandwidth to help reduce the cost for the internet for schools. So we will be obviously paying less than the today's market price of Niltram 1,250 per Mbps per bandwidth per month. So Drukren will therefore ensure 1 gigabit per second access to school, which means Drukren will enable close to 60 megabit per second per lab computer to access the LMS and also all the digital domestic contents hosted within Bhutan. Drukren will also help through this tender in arranging affordable internet international bandwidth equivalent to 574 kbps per lab computer. So this 571 kbps per computer lab computer will be used to access the Code Monkey platform and also the education resources hosted outside Bhutan. So that's where the Drukren will play a very vital role in enabling connectivity, high-speed connectivity to all the schools to enable digital education. So our progress so far. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has affected the progress of the project. What used to take a month for the delivery of equipment is now taking around 4 to 5 months. Having said that, we have connected around 70 plus schools with high-speed optical fiber. We are going to connect all the schools, 500 schools, public schools, with this fiber optic cable. As mentioned earlier, the core Drukren backbone network, the core infrastructure expansion is undergoing right now and will be commissioned by next month Kimitla. We have already commissioned the high-speed network till Shemgang. We are already present in Kanglung, and also we are present in Mongala. But we will be expanding our reach to connect Hlinsi, Tashiangsi, Samdruk Dzongkha, and other Dzongkhas by mid of October 2021. And we have also procured and configured all the routers, the equipments for schools, the edge routers, the equipment that schools will be using to connect to Drukren. So these equipments are ready, configured, and is ready to deploy at schools. We are closely working with Ministry of Education to deploy this equipment at schools. And then Drukren Data Center will also be commissioned by end of October 2021. And here also we are working with the Ministry of Education to house the learning management system. This is the end of my presentation. You can follow us on Facebook and Twitter at the rate Drupren for any updates on Drupren. I thank the organization programming committee for this opportunity, and also thank everyone here gathered today for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Uma, for your wonderful presentation on the importance and usefulness as well as future plans for the National Research and Education Network, Drupren. Now may I invite Mr. Damchu, who is the Senior ICT Officer at the Samti College of Education. Mr. Damchu, the floor is yours.
Okay, let me share my screen first. Okay, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is an honor and privilege for me to be part of this event. I am Damshi Doji from Samsi College of Education, the Royal University of Bhutan, and I will share some of the experiences and challenges that we face in implementing this blended learning. And as shared by the previous session speakers and Sonam sir, that blended learning is not a new concept for us in the colleges of the RUB, because we have been using this for quite some time. To talk about the college that I worked, is a teacher training college. We focused on the secondary school teachers, and we offer around 10 programs. And as shared by Mr. Tandin Penjo, the first speaker in the first session, we are the first college to actually introduce blended learning for our distance education program back then. So let me share what are some of the setups that we had before the pandemic. And although we have this VLE, virtual learning environment, we are using the Moodle platform for teaching and learning. Basically, our classes are offered face-to-face, and all the meetings and seminars are also done through face-to-face. We have hosted our application in the shared environment, meaning our Moodle application is sharing the server resources with other applications like a library management system, our college website, and all. And our site, blended learning site, can be accessed from the offices, classrooms, and we have even made it accessible in the student dormitories. Then for the off-campus students, they can access it through the internet. We have 57 Mbps for international bandwidth internet, and we are connected to 100 Mbps to the Drupren. Now, because of the pandemic, all the universities and schools across the world are closed. Education has been disrupted, and as per the report, UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report, there were around 1.58 billion children and youth in 200 countries whose education has been affected. And now, similarly, in the RUB, especially in the southern areas, like we had to close our campus in March last year, and then we cannot stop providing the education. So what is an alternative we had? And is blended learning solution, the system, the application that we are already providing, can we upskill that one and use it for the, to continue the education? So here are the challenges when we think of upgrading the infrastructure. The first thing is, do our existing server, is it adequate if we go fully online? Do we have enough bandwidth or connectivity for the students who are studying from home, and for the faculty and the students who are on campus? Do our users have devices to support this online learning? These are some of the questions that we asked ourselves. And in terms of user competency, is our tutors and the students mentally prepared for the sudden change? Do they have adequate skills and knowledge in using this full online classes? Then what are the available tools in the market that we can use it for this online learning, teaching and learning? And what are some of the best tools which we can adopt for the teaching and learning in our for our online classes? Then it all boils down to, do we have enough budget? Are we ready to upgrade our infrastructures? And then we formed a small committee in our college, ICT task force, and then we try to address all these issues of going online. So first is the technological issues. The server that we are sharing with other applications is not good enough when we go online. Within few weeks of going online, our resource usage has spiked from 16% to 86%. So we bought a dedicated server with higher RAM and storage to host simply the blended learning application. So we have installed this in a separate server, which have a higher capacity. And then in terms of bandwidth and network accessibility, for the students who are accessing our server from the off-campus, from their home, they will be using our internet bandwidth, that is 57 Mbps. And since all the faculties, tutors are on campus, we have started increasing installing the Wi-Fi access point in the campus, so that they will have a reliable and good connection to the system, so that they can offer uninterrupted online teaching and learning. Now technology is not just enough. We need a tutor and the students who can actually cope up with these new technologies. So we did a small survey on the user competency of our faculty here, and we found that there are quite a number of faculty who still uses basic features on our system. So that then we started offering our in-house professional development to upskill their technological skills, mainly focused on our creating an interactive content, because to keep our students engaged on tools, we think that just giving them a slide or any other PDF documents or any documents would not be enough. So we want our students who are accessing our system to be more interactive. So we have started using H5P plugin, and this in fact is one of the core features of our blended learning system. And we have also started using lessons, which is also one of the great tool in our VLE system. And then we have also started using the authoring tools like Camtasia software, because there are some faculties who are quite conversant in using this software to create video content and digital resources. So we used their expertise, and we have conducted a PD again for our faculty on using how we can use these tools and technologies to create video contents. And these days we are in the process of developing a multimedia studio, because we think that the future will be more of digital, where there will be more demand for the content. So we wanted to develop an open educational resources for the schools and the teachers, as well as our students who are here on the campus. So we are in the process of setting up a multimedia studio where we can design and produce our multimedia. And also we have used a Google Workspace. We are using this educational suite, which is where we have a very good space. So we have started using, encouraged our faculty and students to use Google Drive, where they can store. And also for collaboration, we have requested and asked them to use Google Documents, Google Slides, and Google Survey in case if they need any tools to do the survey. And there are also demand and need for an online face-to-face online teaching. So for that, we have set up our own video conferencing server in our college data center, and on-prem video conferencing software, which is called Big Blue Button. It is an open source, and we have set up this video conferencing system in our college, so that whenever the tutors wants to conduct an online class using this the Zoom-like features, they can use this one. We have also integrated Zoom with our blended learning system. As Karma sir mentioned, Zoom DoGreen is providing free Zoom to all the DoGreen members. So we are one of the beneficiary of these services. And as you can see in the graphs, there are many classes and meetings conducted using Zoom on with the VLE. And on part of the assessment, now when the students are attending the classes from home, then we have started using online quiz and lesson and assignments. And online quiz, most of the faculty and tutors, they know how to use it, but there are also a few of them who are not very much comfortable using this. And we have conducted PD on how we can create a very interactive quizzes, so that we can assist our students learning. And because of the pandemic, we have also forced to conduct our exams online. And that exam also, we have conducted our exam through blended learning, VLE. So for the spring semester 2021, for all the programs over here in the college, we have conducted the exam online through VLE. And we have also incorporated a proctoring software, which is also there as a free plugin for the VLE. So we have integrated e-proctoring software. Now this is my last slide, because most of the things are already covered in the first session and by Sonam sir. So these are some of the things that we need to consider from the infrastructure's point of view when we think of having a blended learning in the college or in the schools. We need a very robust blended learning application. And if you look at RV colleges, we are using Moodle, which is free and open source, and it is very easy to configure, and we are using that one. And another thing, the very big issue that we had right now is bandwidth and connectivity on campus and off campus. And this is something that we need to consider, because internet connectivity is one of the main issues raised by the students when they attend the classes offline, meaning from their home. And also the technologies are changing over time, and we need a continuous PD for the users. I mean both the tutors and the students. We need to develop the technological skills for both teachers and the students. And the next thing, important aspect is the gadgets for teachers and students. The mobile device or laptops are not very much very cheap, And we need affordable gadgets for teachers and students. And I was listening to Karma sir, I think they were going to provide some free internet and as well as tablets for the schools. And also, if you are hosting an application on campus, we need a very adequate power supply, uninterrupted power supply. Without adequate power supply, you cannot offer 24/7. Your course cannot be online 24/7. And we also need a blended learning policy, which is must if you go for the blended learning system. And if you, like us, if you want to go online, we are using anti-plagiarism software called Urkun, which is integrated with our VLE blended learning system. So whenever there is an assignment or the text exam submitted through this system, it is automatically checked against the plagiarism. So these are some of the things I personally feel that we need to consider to adopt blended learning. With this, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Damchu. In the interest of time, thank you for your wonderful presentation on tackling the technological challenges for the VLE. So, in the interest of time, let me just ask one question to Mr. Damche. Maybe the other previous panelist speaker can help him. As you have been saying about the professional development program, there I just wanted to know, whenever the authoring tools for the content development comes up, the IT administrator are in the front to, I mean, train the faculty. But I was wondering that authoring tools is also new to the IT administrator. So how do you cope up with these authoring tools, or how do you get the experience with these authoring tools so that you tend to get enough experience to teach to the faculty? Because from the background, IT administrator, they don't have any teaching background, yet you all are able to do these things. I just wanted to know that how you were able to train the faculty, although this particular authoring tools is new to IT administrator like you. Or is there any collaboration between the faculty before you provide training to the faculty?
Thank you, Sonam sir. When it comes to any tools that that we use here in the college, the first thing is it comes to the IT department. But we review the tools, and then there are lots and lots of, because we cannot just simply keep away the tools which are very much useful. So there are lots and lots of tutorials actually on online. If you go to YouTube, there are 101 tutorials how you can use this Camtasia software. And we are also collaborating with, as I said earlier, we had an ICT task force here in the college, a group of people who are quite used to and conversant with the technologies. So we are, with the help of this task force, we are conducting the trainings and any developments respect to IT in the college. Thank you, sir.
Last. Now, may I ask to, I have 3 minutes, but I'll take 1 minute to Mr. Karma Jamyang on the connectivity. Lately, although we haven't faced much problem on this connectivity, but lately we had issues on the connectivity. So is Ukraine prepared to provide seamless connectivity? In the past, we have to inform Ukraine saying that we are doing this thing so that we require reliable connectivity. But what I would like to expect is for next level, the Ukraine should be in the position to provide the connection which client need not to inform in advance. So are you? Is there any plan so that Ukraine can be much more reliable in the future. Although right now also is good, but some hiccups are coming up. What are your plans for this one in the future, Mr. Karma?
Thank you, Sonam Penjo. So Drukren is striving towards providing a very reliable, robust connectivity to the research and education community in Bhutan. Earlier, the backbone infrastructure, this might sound a little bit technical. Earlier, the backbone infrastructure is based on the CWDM, wavelength multiplexing division technology that we used earlier. And the CWDM technology is not suitable for long-haul applications. So in order to address this issue, the Drukren Department of IT and Telecom, we are in the process of replacing the CWDM technology with DWDM technology, which is suitable for the long-haul application. The hiccups that we encountered recently is mainly because of the presence, because of the CWDM technology that we are using in our backbone. But as I had informed earlier, the core backbone infrastructure is ongoing, and we have replaced the CWDM infrastructure with DWDM till Shemgaon. So we have covered all the Zongkaks, Trongsa, Bumtang, Ongdi, Punakha, Thimphu, Chuka, Samtsi. So we have replaced this backbone DWDM infrastructure in all these Zongkaks. And come mid-October 2021, we will have the place in the eastern region as well. So this will address the issues, the hiccups that are currently being faced by the our existing members.
Thank you, Mr. Karma. Now our time is up. So thank you very much, speaker, for your wonderful presentation, and then the technological requirement for the virtual learning environment. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sonam, for the excellent moderation and successfully completing the session number 2. With that, we are proceeding into session number 3, which is on inequality in education. And we have extreme distinguished panelists and speakers from different academic institutions. So may I now request Dr. Phub Dorji, he's the ex-president from CNR University of Bhutan, to kindly take over the session for the moderation and the overall proceeding. Over to you, Dr. Phub Dorji.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all the presenters and panelists. So this session, we are dealing with inequality in education. So I think it's a very pertinent issue, especially for Bhutan, and I hope across the world. So I think inequality exists all over the world, but I think this session, I think, will mainly confine our presentation and discussion to the situation in Bhutan. So within this session, we had 3 presentations from 4 presentations, including mine. So I would say, like, mine will be more on the general inequalities that exist in Bhutan, but I hope my colleague presenter, the presenter following me, would give you more specifics and details about the inequalities in Bhutan. So with that, I will start my presentation. So, where is the sheet? Sorry, I think there is some.
Dr. Phugdor, there's a lot of echo in your voice. So kindly, if you're connected with two different devices, kindly disconnect from one device.
Okay.
You can connect, you
Second
can
minute.
share your screen, yeah.
Sorry, we are two in a room listening to the same thing, so there was an echo.
Yeah, now it's better.
Okay, now?
Yeah, it's better now. So you can proceed, sir. You can share your screen.
Okay.
You're planning to use the presentation.
Yes, yes. So, share presentation.
Are you facing any issue not able to share? Then you can just simply speak, no problem. You can speak those points.
Okay, okay. So I think
there's a, at the bottom of your screen, there's a field called share screen.
yes, yes, but it doesn't seem to appear here. I'm still looking for this share screen. Okay, anyway, I'll present it. I think just to give you an overview, I'll just deal with the value of education as I think all the earlier speakers have done, and then mention some of the overarching policies related to education and the general inequality in Bhutan, and then the inequality in education, and then factors contributing to the educational inequality and how it goes in a cycle, and then reducing strategies and intervention to reduce inequality the way forward. So from the onset of the presentation, I would like to say that my presentation is not been, based on my own research, but is based on the available literature and also my own insight and opinions. So all of us know that education is a powerful tool for preparing youth for the future. Educated citizenry and knowledge-based society in Bhutan, and also for a just and harmonious society, which is the national goal for the 12th Five-Year Plan. And then education all over the world is considered as a social leveler in terms of socio-economic development and gross national happiness. So the overarching policy pertaining to education is the gross national happiness. Of course, education is one of the tools to attain happiness. And I believe that education is critical for achieving or maximize gross national happiness. And our constitution envision or guarantees education for all, or none to be leaving no one behind, as the Honorable Lembu has said. The Constitution guarantees it by saying that the state shall endeavor to provide education for the purpose of improving and increasing knowledge, values, and skills of the entire population, with education being directed towards the full development of the human personality. So as some of our speakers said, education is not being just about to read and write, but it's about developing good human beings and good citizens, global citizens. And then, of course, the Honorable Lembu in the morning has also alluded to the National Education Policy and the 21st Century Education Roadmap that is being that is coming up very soon. So just to lay the background for general inequalities in Bhutan, I think first thing is the poverty. Poverty stands at 8% in Bhutan. While we have made very commendable progress in the last 2 decades, but we still, but poverty still persists, and 8% of our population are below the poverty line. And in terms of income disparity, the income disparity is increasing. Bhutan's Gini index has increased from 0.36 in 2012 to 0.38 in 2007. No, 2017, sorry. So coming to the inequality in education, I think again the disparity between in education is increasing. The SDI 2011 says that educational Gini index of Bhutan as 0.336. So I think it's increasing. And inequality in Bhutan in terms of education is not so much on the access to education, but in terms of the quality of education. And educational inequality, as we all know, is a barrier to youth empowerment and development in Bhutan. So I would categorize the inequality in education in Bhutan along 2 lines: this what we call as the socio-economic divide. That research evidence shows that children born in poverty faces multiple disadvantages that negatively impact his or her chance of succeeding in schools. And the contributing factor is the low cognitive development due to undernourishment. Children born in poor households are undernourished, and that might affect their development of the cognitive competencies and abilities. And then at home, they receive less home support for learning because they don't have any much resources at home. And most of their parents are also not educated, so that they can guide the children. And then many of our children in remote areas, when they go back home, they don't have the time to study because they have to carry out household chores, and that's why. And that disparity has become very evident. Was very evident during the COVID-19 restrictions and closure of schools and online teaching learning. The children in remote areas do not have access to online resources and online devices, so they miss out on many of the online teaching learning sessions as well. If you look at some data between the poorest quintile of the population or children of the richest quintile of the population, early school dropout is, as you all know, higher in with the poorest household. Primary school attendance is also lower in households, poor households. Primary school completion rate is also higher or lower in children from poor households. Secondary school attendance is also lower in households, poor households, and secondary school completion rate is much lower, around 50% lower than those students coming from the richest quarter of the population. So this amply illustrates the difference or the disparity in education between the rich and the poor. And then the other is the rural-urban divide. It is generally accepted in Bhutan and maybe elsewhere also that disparity in education outcome in rural and urban area is increasing. Normally, the urban schools, children going to urban schools do better than those in the rural areas or rural schools. And it has been already, I think, studied and shown that children in urban areas perform at a higher level than children from rural areas. And this could be attributed to the livelihood of a child walking a longer distance to school. So in rural areas, children have to walk 2-3 hours to schools through various dangerous terrain, and by the time they reach school, they are tired, and when they go back home, then it is almost night, late into the night, and then they don't have the time and the energy to study. And then rural schools are also endowed with fewer resources or poorer resources than urban schools. In many of the rural schools, we don't have very adequate teaching learning resources, and therefore children in rural schools also suffer from not having enough teaching learning resources. And then also is generally seen that in Bhutan, many of the teachers that are posted to very remote areas are less motivated, and they also have very less opportunity to build their own capacity because there are no resources, and they are seldom forgotten in the capacity development projects and programs. And then reducing inequality and the way forward for reducing inequality. Maybe I think because the inequality stems from the poverty that exists at the household level. So I think we have to tackle the problem at the root. So therefore, targeted poverty reduction initiatives, especially asset endowment and income generating activities, since enhanced socioeconomic environment of the household should also flow into the education of the children. They are better nourished, and they are also they also have more resources at home, and therefore they that should enhance their performance. Then women empowerment is another strategy, because studies all over the world has found that women empowerment and women income normally leads to investment in education and nutrition at household level. So therefore, I think that should also enhance the students' performance. Then I think moving beyond utilitarian view of education to social and moral objective for education. I think here, when we invest in schools, we always look at the utility of the schools, and but I think we have to look from a point of view of education being a social and moral obligation for the society, and therefore I think we should be able to invest adequately in education, especially in terms of government scholarship to all, especially in tertiary education. At the moment, we have two categories of students in the tertiary education. One is the government scholarship, government supported students, and the other is self-funding students, which is constitutes around 20 to 25% of the entire student population in the Royal University of Bhutan. And my own belief is that for this 20, when the government can fund 80% of the students, why not the other 20% and make support, provide support to all the children or the college-going students. And then I would say also suggest that maybe there's a need to provide midday meal in all the schools except for the boarding schools, because the children have to walk for a long distance and they don't eat much at home in the morning, and therefore I think throughout the day until they go back, reach home, they are hungry, and therefore providing midday meal should also help the students. And then in the morning, the honorable member was also alluding to the educational reforms and curriculum reforms, and I think that is mainly to increase the quality of education as well as reduce the gap between those who are well endowed and those who are not. And then maybe I also see the need for enabling, creating an enabling learning environment in schools and colleges in terms of standardization of school facilities and teaching learning resources, and make sure that those standards are met in schools. And also, I think one additional strategy is teacher motivation and deployment. At the moment, teachers in rural schools are not highly motivated, and they also have less capacity, and therefore I think there is a need for capacity development as well. So this is my own insight and opinion as to the inequality of education in Bhutan. So I would like to thank everybody for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phuk Dorji, for your excellent opening remarks and giving the overview on the inequality in education in Bhutan. And it's a very well appreciated your observations and thoughts. Now I request you to kindly moderate the session, and you can invite the distinguished speakers one by one so they can also present their case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. So without taking much time and without much ado, I would like to invite Mr. Karma Ondi, who is the principal of the Homo Lower Secondary School. So the floor is yours, Mr. Karma.
Hello, La. Good afternoon, La.
Good afternoon, La.
Am I audible, La?
Yes, La. Yes. Please go ahead.
I have no slide. I will just share my experiences through speaking, because I'm not good in IT because of inequality education. To introduce myself, I am Karmawandi, serving as a principal at Koma Lower Secondary School under Rinsi district. Today, I will be sharing my experiences in regards to inequality education in Bhutan. This is my 21 years in service, serving in very remote school in Bhutan. Even today, I'm serving in one of the remotest district. Although the government of Bhutan has tried its best to impart equal education to its citizens during pre and post-pandemic period. Some of the ways and means to impart equal education are not, of course, in research based. It is my own experiences I want to share. The ways and means that our government was trying for the last almost now be in pre-pandemic or the post-pandemic. Now, firstly, upon the community school and ECR in many every villages to reach unreached children going to school. Then provided free stationery. All schools in remote and semi-remote school were provided with free school stationery, and for urban school textbooks are given freely. Then we have also have the government provide WP and Stefan to all the remote school and semi-urban school, so that children encouraged to enroll more in school and to minimize the drop rate. And we also have economically disadvantaged children recipient of the Royal Kidu, with 2,500 Newton per child to buy school uniform and other necessities that are required in the school, so that they may continue their schooling. And for the one who missed their chance to go in a formal school, we have even in the non-formal education centers that are opened in the every village and even in town, thinking giving the opportunity to learn by themselves. Of course, they miss their opportunity to go to formal school. And for the differently able children, we have seen an special education also opened in the other part of the country, in our country, in the zone, in districts, not all the districts, and establish ECC D center for age 3 to 5 years old children, where they can learn before they enroll in the formal school. And of course, there are the 100% electrification policy also there, so that there is equal distribution of resources. Then the internet connectivity, of course, we had we have session in the earlier this morning. And transportation also, we have road connectivities are almost every nuclear corner of the countries, every village, every remote school have been connected by the road. However, due to the geopolitical position, we face following challenges to impart equal and quality education. I will just share in the 3 headings. Firstly, infrastructure. And in the remote school, as I said, I was where I was serving in the school, that school, we don't have a proper classroom. There is the size of the classroom is very small, and there is a need of major maintenance. So to maintain, there is no budget. So doors, windows are not proper there. Then we have an insufficient classroom, where we have, for example, in class in the primary school we have 7 sections, class PP to 6. So where you, in the very remote school, in most of the remote school, you will find only 6 to 5 classroom only, where 1 classroom is missing. So thereby, sometimes we have to land up teaching children in the hall, or sometimes under the trees. And even not very conducive classroom in very the remote school. The classrooms are not very conducive. Meaning here, I mean to say that the classrooms are, we can find during the summer, we can find leakage. There is no proper electrifications, no fan, the air ventilations are not proper there. So there is the classrooms are not conducive. And sometimes you can also come across in the very remote school, in the primary school, the classrooms are constructed with the CGI, where during the summer it is very hot. Just you cannot imagine place like, because I have been serving at the Yangon for the last 16 years as a principal. So there I could see that the climate is so hot. I have no, we had only 6 classrooms. So class PP, I had to make my own shelter using the CGI. So there, the zone couldn't afford us to give even one fan to be used that classroom. So the situation is quite worse. And in the like in the hostel, where there is border school, the hostels needed major maintenance. It is because again it comes about it talks about the money. If the money is with us, then I think we can do that, because we have no hand on that. So now, when you talk, as Dr. Phu was just talking about the differences between the remote and the town students are quite different, because of course it is definitely it should be there is a different, because in the remote we lack many facilities. We cannot compare with the town. I think there's no equal distribution of the resources. If we are given the equal resources, equal distribution of resources, I think people in the remote are also equally they are good if you nurture in the small age. And just when you talk about infrastructures, we do, in the primary school, in many of the primary school, we don't have science lab, we don't have library lab, we don't have even proper toilet to be used in the school. Now, how not to talk about the big things like libraries, the IT lab, staff quarter, so and so. The very essential infrastructures like lab, library room, those are the very necessity that school, primary school needed. So we are not there is there is shortage of those things. So therefore, sometimes our schools land up having poor quality education because of unequal distribution of resources. And secondly, I'll just talk about the human resources. When I talk about the human resources, I mean to talk about the teachers and the staff, supporting staff. In the very remote school, teachers are placed very fresh, inexperienced teachers, and over that again we have no enough teachers. We now governments we mainly focus on TRE. So it does not in real situation, TRE does not fit. It doesn't work. You have to look for the sections or the student ratio. And in the primary school, there is a standard staffing pattern where if the student is not more than 100, you are not supposed to get office assistant, lab assistant, so and so. I think if you go by the size number of students, I think it will not get improved all the time. It will remain as remote, and the resources will be. I think it will not actually. When the resources are not placed or given properly, there is inequality in education, and there is also the quality education questions here. And Even when I talk about the human resources, I also mean to say that many of the in the primary school and community school, there is no trained principal. Or those schools are being headed by the officiating and the teacher in charge, where there is sometimes it's a conflict with the teachers. So I think we should have trained and the principal to run the school. And the third one, of course, last, the teaching and learning materials. Then in the remote school, we hardly get the supply of materials and the textbook and stationery in time. As I said, government is trying to do everything in justice, but due to the geopolitical, sometimes we miss out, and where it hamper our teaching learning. And in the mini school, of course, maybe now by 2021, we may get enough. Till 2020, we never had laptop and computer in the primary school. That's why what I said in the beginning, I am very poor in IT because of inequality education. If you continue to do this, if you continue to land up in doing so, I think the problem will be continually it will run, and I think there won't be equal education in Bhutan. So now in the here the participants and the honorable organizer, please suggest us how should we go on this? How should we tackle this problem? For the last 21 years, I couldn't have any idea. Of course, we tried our best. It's not that we didn't do anything. We tried our own capacity, but then when the things are not in our hand, we'll end up in doing the very small things. Now, my way forward would be, I think, to have those resources in place. Schools should be given autonomy, be it the financial or the resources. If the schools are given autonomy in the financial, we can do magical things. Maintenance, then looking for the human resources. Because in the field we know what we need and what we don't. If everything does instantly, I think the losers are in the field staff. So therefore, my way forward is need to give full autonomy from the primary school, financial and human resources. And also, as I said earlier, there are many schools like ECR, small primary school. It should be consolidated of all the small schools and make a full-fledged primary school with the with boarding facilities in place. Then I think there will be the equal education and quality education will speak from there. This is what I have only to share, and thank you very much for listening.
Plus, thank you, Mr. Karma, for your excellent presentation and sharing with us all your experiences on the ground. Everything that you said also vindicates my own insights and opinion of inequality of education in Bhutan. You have also talked about the existing initiatives that are initiated to reduce those inequalities, and also you have also pointed out some of the ways forward, especially in terms of the requirement or the need to grant autonomy or let the schools run on their own to improve the infrastructure, teaching, learning resources in the schools. So thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Kim Jong-cheong, Principal of Tashiping Higher Secondary School. So, Mr. Kim Jong, the floor is yours.
Yes,
yes?
Yes, La. I'm just running out my Annie.
Yes.
There is a screen share option, sir. You can share your screen.
Yes, I'm trying to get in.
Okay, at the bottom of your screen, in the middle of the center, there is a share screen button. Just click on it and then it will pop up, new window will pop up and then you will click on share.
And change the ball. I also miss.
There is a button called share screen, the green above arrow.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just click on it and then one pop-up will appear and that also you just click on again on share. If it's a problem, then you can move it, sir. No need to waste time since we have a limited time. So you can just speak, no problem.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, we can distribute the presentation later on to the participants.
Never sooner.
Tubla. Lasla, good afternoon to everyone, the panelists and the extreme members who are attending this Zoom meeting. I'm Kim Jong-cheong, working as a principal in one of the high schools in Punakha Dongkhak. The name of school that I'm working is Tashiding Higher Secondary School. The topic that I'm asked to present on is inequality in education. So more or less, Dr. Poop and then one of my friend from Lindsay, they had presented it. On the same note, if I present the topic, when we say inequality in education, we need to define region-wise, globally, but in a nutshell, if I just define it, inequality in education, it is unequal distribution of academic resources that leads to difficulty in achieving the highest standard of learning. So if we are to study or investigate the issue on inequality of education, it can be termed under three headings: globally, nationally, and then locally. The issue of inequality in education leads to major differences in educational success of a child. Further, it culminates to efficiency of the graduates to become efficient or productive citizen after having got the education. Then ultimately, it also leads to social problems and it hinders the economic developments of the nation. So in fact, I couldn't get my documents that is uploaded in the Google because the net seems to be slow here. Still then, the inequality in education encompasses or it entails the problem globally, nationally, and then locally. under the global issues, inequality in education is mainly caused by income inequality of family or the resources that is being extensively highlighted by one of our friends. Then it also is caused by gender inequality or the ethnicity, the social class, then the family origin. Then further, if you do the detailed study, the disability of the child, and then the health status or the nutrition, the diet that we give it to our children also leads to inequality in education. So there's all under global issues. Similarly, it can be repeated under national issues, income inequality, gender, ethnicity, social class or family origin, disability. Then under national issues, the inequality in education is further caused by standards of schools that the child is being brought up or educated. So when I say standard of schools, it directly talks about the lack of quality education or the schools not able to provide or deliver quality education. And there is no equity in giving the education. Then it also differs in the system of the schools or the setup of the schools. In Bhutan, there are some private schools, but most of the students are in the public schools. So if the even if the private schools are of the high standard, and then if there are no income for the parents to admit or to send their children to the renowned schools, then the inequality of education increases there. Therefore, there should be a policy interventions when it comes to offering the education or when we educate the children. So further, lack of technology in teaching and learning. So when I say lack of technology in teaching and learning, it also talks about the competency of the teachers and then the other resources. Similarly, the same topics are being covered in local, and the extra factors that I put under local issues when it comes to inequality in education. Especially in particular to my school where I'm working in, some of the students, they lack aptitude in their own learning because of the gap. Maybe their parents are uneducated, maybe the society itself is uneducated, and then it directly hampers, and then students do not show right aptitude to get themselves educated. Then some students, they lack parental support, and then when there are no parental support, then the individual students seems to fail to get good education. Similarly, when the students go up and attain to higher grades, most of the students in Bhutan, they lack language skills, and the language barrier really is the obstacle to pursue the higher studies. Like I have said, unequipped teachers and lack of strong foundation of the students. These are the factors that really causes and increases the inequality of education, especially in our region. So in this regard, the society or the community has to play a vital role, and then had to have sociability, and then study the cause and effect of inequality in education. If I talk the way forward to overcome some of the inequalities in education, the education itself is a tool to overcome inequality in education. So right from policy interventions to the role played by the educators, we need to really sit together, frame the policy, revisit, learn to relearn, and then bring in the changes to address the inequality in education or to provide the equity in education. Second, it's better to provide equity in education as it is an equalizer within society, schools, and it can be termed as the global solution to overcome the inequality in education. Further, the policymakers or the government can provide equitable public school system with best quality education for all. And I think in Bhutan, this is exactly happening. So the present government, right now, they are providing the education, mostly education to our children, mostly in public schools. And then they are being supported, students are being supported funding by the government. The current scenario or the recent cases, when the students go higher up, the trend of inequality increases. Therefore, it is very important, and
Mr. Kenjang, you are muted. Kindly unmute yourself. You got muted. You are muted.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Kindly unmute. There is a unchecked button. Kindly uncheck that. Click on unmute button.
So there is a speaker icon. Please click on that.
Shashi, can you unmute him?
No, I can just ask him.
Yeah,
I cannot unmute him because he's self-muted.
Can you unmute him? Try again. Yeah, Mr. Kinjan, can you speak?
Yes, La. Can you hear, La?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Last,
Please go
thank
ahead.
you so much. There are interruption in net, sir.
Okay,
So now I'll just present few points from my school. Having got this invitation, and then I was trying to get the information from the students, and then the students have shared their views. So current problem right now in my school, some of the students are not able to get or attend higher education, mainly because of the divorce of their parents. And I found it, this seems to be the valid reason, because when parents are divorced, they don't get the required support in getting the education. So similarly, there are other factors. When we compare by gender, of the recent times, now the female students seem to dominate in number as well as in attending the higher grades. Maybe this might be because of the change in population trend. But last time when I compare our midterm results, the result shows that the female students are doing better. And then the ratio wise also, the female is more than the male students in my school. So taking these things into consideration, and then taking the pandemic situation into consideration, I feel in my school, there's not much of students left out. Although this is the second year we are facing the situation of pandemic situation. So I was trying to find out the reason behind why we were able to bring them to school. And this is mainly because of the support from our government, from the throne, and then from the Dzongkhag Education Office. And the school had our own contingency plan to cater them our teaching through online services, online facilities. But then the real problem is the income gap again. So those students who were not able to get our teaching through online, who were not able to afford to buy smartphones and all, the government has provided us the SIM, self-instructional learning materials, and then we were trying to reach them, but students were far and wide, and then around 5% of our students, they had difficulty in getting the equal teaching. But then because of our government intervention, we were happy to get our students back to the school, and then we had, and still we are having the face-to-face teaching, the contact teaching with the students, and almost all the students, 100% the students are with us in our school, and there's not much of disturbances in teaching them. But to conclude my presentation, chances of attending higher education is mainly determined by unequal distribution of resources that affects the system of the education. So if you have to address the global issues, there should be the equal distribution of resources. Then I think the problem of inequality in education could be addressed after some years, or it might, if we get the help from other agencies or other foreign agencies, I think Bhutan would be in the position to address the problem of inequality in education at the earliest. Thank you so much. Very sorry I couldn't get the file to present to you all, so I'll mail it through mail. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kuzang Seong, for your very detailed presentation. And also, I think the one feature that additional initiative that is taken by the government to also reach to the students in remote areas where online teaching learning facilities are not available, especially through the distribution of the self-instructional materials. And we have seen on TV that teachers are going from door to door to teach the students on the self-instructional materials. So thank you very much. Now I would like to call on Mr. Kuzang Gerson, who is assistant professor at the College of Science, Samsi College of Education. So, Mr. Kuzang, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Hubla. Can you all hear me now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Just a minute. Plus, once again, good afternoon to all the members in this webinar on equity in education. To introduce myself, I'm Kunzang Gelsen. I work as an assistant professor here at the College of Education, Samsi. And then as already mentioned by two of my colleagues in the morning, we are an education college responsible for training secondary school teachers. And then I'm also responsible for looking after the academic affairs. Recently, I have been working. I have been appointed as the dean of academic affairs, so I look after the academic affairs. Plus, with this brief introduction, is my
Mr.
screen
Clinton,
visible?
can you? Sorry for interruption. Can you make it full screen?
Okay.
Just click on slideshow.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Is it full now?
Yeah, it's full. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Las. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that reminder. Las. So as I mentioned, I think I will just go, entirely into the presentations, as I think my presentation would be quite similar to what Dr. Fu presented. It's going to be very general. And then I think we were fortunate to have two of our colleagues from the school who made a very succinct presentation, specific presentation based on their school experiences. And then, as I said, mine is going to be kind of a general presentation on the inequality in education, and then maybe some focus on the tertiary education system. Just if you look at, yes, we all of us know that education is one of the most powerful tools in preparing our youth for the future. And that's the reason why we emphasize so much importance on the education. And then if education that is guided by right policies, which is inclusive, if it's inclusive, creates opportunities for all to succeed in life. And that is the reason, I think, as I was saying, we talk about education for all these aspects are being dealt. And then good education also results in increased well-being and equity in the society. And then I was thinking that this will help to achieve gross national happiness, which is the development philosophy of our country. And then very often our Master the fifth thing always mentioned that we don't make mistake in investing in our youths, and that's where the investment goes into the education system. And then if you look at, I think this has been repeatedly mentioned by in the morning by the education minister, and then in the beginning of this particular technical session by Dr. Fu, with regard to the provisions in the Constitution of the Kingdom of Bhutan that states that the state shall endeavor and provide education for the purpose of improving and increasing knowledge, values, and skills of the entire population, with education being directed to the full development of the. I think this is very important. And this indicates how important is education and how much importance is given to education in our country as well. And then looking at the history of the education, be it the modern education and then the monastic education, of course, we know that it has been a success story. It has been a success story. If you look at the modern education system has expanded from about 11 schools prior to 1961 to 1,132 schools and other educational institutes in 2020. This is according to the Ministry of Education's annual education statistics. So this indicates that so much of a success, we have progressed so much. There has been a lot of developments that has taken place in terms of the education. And then if you look at our general literacy rate, it stands at 71.4, and the youth literacy rate at over 93%. This is a very, a good achievement. But however, I think we know that there has been a lot of success from 11 to more than 1,100, and then I think there has been a lot of developments. But however, the educational inequality is a barrier for youth empowerment and development in our country. Like as it is in the other developing countries, I think this inequality is a barrier. Maybe the way we talk about inequality could vary. Maybe in the other developing countries, inequality could be more in terms of the gender. But here, maybe in terms of the gender, the inequality is not so concerning, but there are other issues that related to that. If you look at, there is a gap in terms of the educational outcomes. You look at the educational outcomes, you compare the performance of the students in the different areas, urban areas, rural areas, there are a lot of gaps in terms of the educational outcomes. Then if you look at, most of the youths are at the disadvantage, which actually reduces their opportunities for a bright future because of their background, because of their economic background, because they cannot afford to attend the schooling. So pressing is the poverty, as Dr. Fook mentioned. I think poverty is an important factor that is causing inequality in education in the country. So poverty among poor children, that they cannot afford even the nominal fees and expenses for public education. And that's what actually is leading to increased dropout rates among the students. And then inability to, and as a result of this poverty, I think there is inability to meet school expenses, which was identified as the leading reason for dropout among poorest children, which are then deprived of the education, which is actually supposed to be the fundamental rights of an individual citizens or children. And then when you look at the National Education Assessment 2003 and 2011 revealed that students in urban students outperforming students from all other categories in literacy. In other words, the students in the urban areas seems to be performing much better in almost all the subjects, including STEM and the humanities subject, compared to students in the other areas, maybe like the rural areas, semi-urban areas. So that is one of the major inequality that exists in terms of education in Bhutan, in terms of the performance, where urban students are performing much better than the students in the rural areas and the semi-urban areas. And then as per the annual status of students learning and the National Education Assessment, they have shown that gender difference exists both in the academic attainment and the choice of the study pursued by the students. Maybe in terms of the enrollment, if you look at in terms of the school enrollment, I think there is a change in the trend. Now, if you look at the overall enrollment, in terms of the enrollment, there are more enrollment of female students in the schools. It has increased so much, and then there are less enrollment. There are less number of male students than the female students. But when you look at, there is a difference both in the academic attainment and the choice of the study that is pursued by the students, especially if you look at in terms of the technical subjects like science, mathematics. I think these, there are a lot of differences, there are a lot of disparity, inequality in terms of these subjects. And then if you look at the current net primary enrollment, it stands at 93%, 92% male and 94% female, with the gender parity index at 0.9. So as I was saying, if you look at the gender inequality here is quite different. Maybe this is different from elsewhere in some of the developing countries. Okay, there are more female who are enrolled in the schools, but the disparity or the inequality that exists here is in terms of the performance and the choice of the subjects. Now, for example, as I was saying, while female enrollment has increased rapidly since the 90s, there's still a substantial, but when you look at, there is a substantial gap at the tertiary level, resulting in low female participation, which has resulted in low female participation in terms of the politics, in the business, and even in the civil service, right? Now, of course, again, if you look at the enrollment, even in the tertiary education, I think there is the trend is still, the trend is changing. For example, if you look at our college, if you look at, I think in most of the classes, we have more female students than male. For example, in the class where I teach in one of the final year B.Ed secondary class, there are just 11 boys and there are 32 girls. So that way, I think that trend is changing. But nevertheless, what the issue is about, if you look at the overall perspective, I think there is a gender disparity still. There exists a gender disparity. And then I think this table clearly tells us about it. If you look at the student enrollment in the tertiary education, the first one, if I have taken data, if you look at the RUB, Royal University of Bhutan, they according to the I think this is based on 2020. There were 5,503 female students, and whereas there were 5,862 male students. Now in KGUMS, that is Kesarigalpo University of Medical Sciences, there were 341, 300 female and 345. The difference is not, but in the autonomous agencies, yes. But if you look at the overall, there still is a gender inequality in terms of the enrollment. Then if you look at the gender inequality in terms of the students studying abroad who are on scholarship from the Royal Government of Bhutan, and including those students who are studying abroad on their own financing, if you look at, there is still a gap, there's still a difference, there is still a disparity between the female and the male students. Then and this, I think, has resulted into the gender disparity in terms of the faculty, in terms of the teachers who are there in the schools providing education to our children. And then if you look at this, I think you see there is a vast disparity. There is a larger disparity in terms of the faculty. For example, in RUB, Royal University of Bhutan, if you look at, there are only 135 female faculty members, whereas there are 414 male faculty. KGMS 2526, that's okay, but in the autonomous agencies institutes, there are two, that is the Royal Institute of Management and the law school, 15 and 30, which is double, okay? And then in the private, of course, the difference is not so much. So there is a disparity in terms of the gender, which is the result of the school education system. And then if you look at the number of teachers in the schools, again, ECR, that is the extended classrooms, 30, this is according to the Ministry of Education, there are only 30 female teachers, whereas 103 male teachers. Those teachers teaching in the primary school, there are 1,100, whereas the male teachers are 1,615. Secondary is 3,000 female and then 4,000 male. So therefore, I mean, we realize that there is still a disparity in terms of the gender. Now having said that, there is a disparity in terms of the students' performance, there is a disparity in terms of the location, and there is a disparity in terms of the gender. I think what is important for us at this point of time is to look at what actions are taken, what actions can be taken. So maybe I would briefly discuss, in the interest of the time, I'll briefly discuss in action what has been done as of now. I think the introduction of the extended classrooms to improve the accessibility in education for the rural population. Now, if you look at Bhutan, what is, I think, yeah. The first one is, I think, the education reform that is based on the royal decree that was issued on 17 December 2020 by His Majesty the Fifth King. I think there is a lot of issues. And then in the morning, the education minister was mentioning about the 21st century education roadmap. I think these are geared towards the education reform, I think, which is aimed at improving the inequalities. And then the second one, as I mentioned, is the introduction of the extended classrooms to improve accessibility in education for the rural population, because the schools are wide scattered because of the rugged terrain of the country. As a result, the Ministry of Education has introduced extended classrooms so as to make easy access to the rural population for education. Then I think next one is the curriculum reform, that to cater to the need of the 21st century. I think we are in the 21st century. Therefore, what the curriculum that existed long time ago cannot be used and recycled. So therefore, there is a need to reform the curriculum so that we prepare our students with the 21st century skills. And in order to do that, I think the curriculum has to be reformed, which is already happening. And then I think introduction, one of the actions that has been taken in order to improve the inequality or reduce the disparity is the introduction of the central schools and feedings in the schools. I think which feeding in the schools has helped a lot of, helped to reduce the dropout, because that's because in the rural areas, poverty is the main factor, and as a result, they are not able to afford this. That's why I think this feeding and the introduction of the center schools have, I think, immensely helped in reducing the dropout rates and reducing the gap of inequality.
Mr.
Now,
Kunjing, just to, sorry for interruption,
sorry.
we're over with the time, so I request you to kindly wind up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And then I think we can, there are a lot of other improve the childhood opportunities for all children. Okay. And then curriculum reform must aim to reduce the gap. Okay. And then I think more to do that, I think it's important that, I think the most important thing is improve gender responsive budgeting and create awareness of gender mainstreaming in the politics, and then improve provision of educational facilities on the need basis. And then I think the final important thing that I mentioned is, when we talk about education, I think it is the teacher recruitment, preparation, and retention as a critical priority requiring the high standards. Just so what is happening is, the candidates that we get for the teachers are the last group of the students. Instead of that, I think we should get the cream, and that will help to improve the education. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kizang. I think for your very detailed and very excellent presentation. And well, you have added so much place to the issue of equality of education in Bhutan. I think we have also added the need to extend it or need to establish extended classrooms, or continue with the extended classrooms to give more access to very young children in rural areas. And also, we have also pointed out a very important thing. I think monitoring is currently, I think that's one of the shortfalls in all our endeavors. So I think also increased monitoring and improving the monitoring system is very important. And also in terms of reviewing the teacher recruitment and deployment is a very pertinent issue. Thank you, Mr. Kizang. So to summarize the presentations on the issue of equality of education, or rather I would say inequality of education in Bhutan, I think well, there are so many government initiatives and very good policies to reduce inequality and achieve equality in education. I think we all, from all the presentation, we now come to know that there is a real disparity still exists and is increasing. And also, I think between the four presentations, I think we have been able to cover all the issues pertaining to equality of education and in Bhutan. And also, I'm sure that with such exchange of ideas and discourse on this pertinent issue and enabling policies, most probably the educational reform that is initiated by the Royal Decree and is ongoing, I think will take care of all the issues pertaining to the equality or achieving equality of education in Bhutan. We are very positive that I think in the short term we will be able to address the inequalities, reduce the inequalities, and maybe in the long term achieve equality in education. So thank you to all the presentations for bringing out all the issues from this. And I would like to now hand over to the
Sure. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fubdorji, for your excellent moderation, and all the speakers for your detailed presentation and sharing your thoughts and perspective on inequality in education. It's all deeply appreciated, and we have taken very good notes. And all of your key points and considerations, highlights will be captured in those detailed report. So without, if there's any questions from the audience, please feel free to put it into the chat box or Q&A box, and we will definitely take them up during the closing session. So without much further delay, let's move into the final session of the day, session number 4, which is on Student and Teachers Forum. And we have distinguished speakers, also including students from the various departments and of university. So may I now request Mr. Namgyal Sharing, is a principal, to kindly moderate this session on the Student and Teachers Forum. Over to you, Mr. Sharing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. It has been a long day and a very diverse talk, very rich talk relating to education from various spaces and experiences. This is the right time to consolidate and then hear from our students what education is all about and the experiences they have gone to and their visions and their expectations from the field, from the students' point of view. So I have 3 students who are going to talk to us today, while I also moderate and share my own opinion here and there. I have Sange Dechenganzo, a final year BSc student in Sustainable Development, and Bhavana Pradhan, final year BSc Environment and Climate Studies. Then Chimit Doji, final year BSc Sustainable Development. These are some of 3 of the students from College of Natural Resources in Lobesa here in Wandifodam. These are students with a wide range of experiences since they have gone to remote schools, urban and suburban areas. And they have quite an experience and quite many things to share to us. So we would like to hear from them. And before that, I would like to bring to focus in our discussion from the Bhutanese education system point of view and which direction we are heading. You know, His Majesty said, our national philosophy and vision is GNH, that is gross national happiness. But the end objective of nation building is to ensure that we have just, equal, and harmonious Bhutan. So we are focusing on creating, graduating, and empowering graduates to becoming just, equal, and harmonious society. So these are the citizens we are aspiring to bring. And His Majesty says that to bring these people up in this way, we have a lot of focus to change. Like when our people are able to live happy and secure lives, we know that we have achieved our objectives. This is what national happiness, gross national happiness means. So this is the focus. So now to fulfill this great vision, the visions that are within the school system, within the system of institutions like the tertiary institutions should align to the greater vision of gross national happiness. And in our own small ways, from the teacher's point of view, from the student's point of view, what we aspire to become, how we put effort in our studies, and the resources we attend to use or be supplied to should all focus towards fulfilling this vision. By using these resources, we should facilitate ourselves to tap into our talents and our strengths so that we not only become a nationally rooted citizen, but also a globally competent citizen. That's what His Majesty aspires for, and that's what we are looking at. And to get into some of these directions we are going to travel today, I'll ask to the 3 of our friends in here. I think they're ready, they're waiting there. I'll just open up for Ms. Sange Dechenganzo to introduce yourself and then briefly share about your idea about equity in education and inequity in education otherwise. Ms. Ganzo, please.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay, so esteemed organizers, distinguished panelists and moderators, and all the participants attending the prestigious KASpaces webinar today, a very good afternoon. As Sir has already introduced me earlier, I am Sangidichan Gyanzo, currently pursuing a Bachelor's of Science in Sustainable Development in the College of Natural Resources. And it is a great honor and privilege for me to be a part of this esteemed platform. So with what Sir has asked me about my opinion on equity and equality in education, I think especially in terms of, there is inequality everywhere. I think nobody can deny that. But especially in terms of in education sector in Bhutan, we can see inequality in terms of gender. We can see inequality in terms of rural and urban areas. We can see inequality in terms of rich and poor. So my idea of having an equitable education, equality in education would be, number one, to have, to let all students, my idea of equality in education would be for all students everywhere to have equal access to education, equal access to the learning materials, equal access to the resources and teachers and infrastructures for education. And in that, I think we have seen inequality at its peak, especially in times of the COVID pandemic, where rural and urban areas, in rural and urban areas, there was seen a vast difference, where students in urban areas could easily access to education through their parents' gadgets, through their own gadgets like phones and laptops. But in urban areas, they had different priorities. They had to work in their fields to feed themselves. They had limited access to gadgets. They had limited access to internet connection. So that was very challenging in times of the pandemic, as observed by students nationwide in Bhutan. And in terms of rich and poor, again, even in urban areas, as yes, we had the privilege to continue learning on online platforms like Zoom and Google Meet and VLE. But then what about the students who did not have access to it, who could not afford gadgets? Like, I think one major concern of parents in urban areas as well were providing gadgets for their children. Like one household, if there's like, if two parents own gadgets, let's say a phone, if two parents own phones, and if that family has around 4 children, then it was difficult to divide that 2 phones into among 4 children for learning purposes. So I think in that terms as well, inequality was seen all over. For that, I would highly recommend interest-free student loans for buying resources for learning, especially right now with the new learning, with the blended learning happening. I think gadgets are like a real necessity now, because I don't think we can move at the students can move at an equal pace if they do not own one. So maybe providing interest-free student loans for purchasing gadgets, especially for learning, would be a great help. And if there was a paying back, installment-based paying back scheme, then that would be even more beneficial to reduce the gap among the rich and poor, among the inequalities among students. So I think that would be my perception, just to kick off the session. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Sange, I would like to direct some questions to you so that you can touch upon it from your experiences. We know that whatever happens within the classroom is going to make you who you will become in the future. So classroom activities are very, very important. What happens in the classroom? In the last few years, we had nationwide professional development programs where teachers were trained in some new teaching strategies. So in your experiences, since you have lived through that sort of classroom, what were your experiences and how did you feel? Was learning much better with those strategies, or was were those strategies in place? Was it used very vibrantly, or what is your expectation on that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. I was hoping to touch on this. So in terms of that, we had, when I was in class 9 or 10, we had this Kagan structure 21st century pedagogy that came up for the teachers, and the teachers were trained for that. And there was an immediate result after that pedagogy was introduced. So we could see that the sedentary style of teaching learning happening, where the teacher would just dictate everything from in front of the blackboard, was changed entirely. So what happened was the teachers started engaging students more in discussions, in activities, in energizers, and students were seen to perform relatively better in terms of building confidence, in terms of speaking up more, in terms of retention of the knowledge. But I think the major challenge that this pedagogy has seen is its inapplicability due to the class size in Bhutan. So each, especially in government schools, each classroom would have around not less than 30 students. So it would go until 30 to 50 students in each classroom. And to manage a classroom so huge, especially by engaging all students in activities, was seen to be a major challenge, I think. But it has its achievements, and I'm glad that I was a part of it and that I am one of the outcomes of that pedagogy.
Thank you, Genzo. You touched it very well. I think our teachers around the world are listening as well. Now we'll talk to Bhavana Pradhan, who is waiting there. Bhavana, please give a brief introduction about yourself from your educational background, in the schooling background, and then please touch upon your thought on equity and inequity of education, your experiences in your schooling life. Is Bhavana?
Hello. So can you hear me?
Yeah, you're clear.
Thank you for your response. Hello, everyone. A very warm good example to all the panelists, moderator, and other members who are attending this webinar. Like so introduced, I'm Bhavana Pradhan. I'm in final year pursuing BSc Environment and Climate Studies in College of Natural Resources. And to highlight on some of my experiences when it comes to schooling, and to talk about the inequality, then I actually feel that since I was in the beginning, I was brought up I did my schooling in Finsingla Secondary School, where it was kind of urban place where there the facilities were all equal to all, and then there wasn't much problem. But when I actually moved to Dalamida Secondary School, which are not a remote place, but it was semi-urban, whereby there it actually was kind of lack of infrastructures, and that's how inequality in the division of facilities were provided. And when it comes to the current pandemic situation, I felt really there was really an inequality when it comes to education between what Genzo said when it comes to the rural and urban places, because I have during that time I was at my place Darla, which is in Chukazongkha, where I could say that the place I actually lived, it didn't have actually a good internet connectivity. And that time I could personally see the differences when it comes to pursuing education, because since it was kind of a rural places downstream, I could see that the students were not able to attend their classes online, and the teachers actually had to visit door-to-door steps to educate them, and they have to make some kind of routine to call for them just to provide them with the manuals. But then when it comes to urban places, I felt that it was really a blessing for them, because it was really an easy access for them to have their online classes without any internet connectivity. So that's how I felt that there was inequality in education for them.
Okay. Once again, I'll connect you to a question that you can share your perspective on. You came from a remote and suburban school. You know, as a student, we have many dreams. We aspire to become someone in the future. And there are many cases where children are not able to live up to their expectations. One, because maybe they were not able to do well in life, but there are many cases where people do well in their schooling life, but there's a lack of opportunities over there in the job market. So what is your idea? What is your experience on the availability or inavailability of opportunities? And was there an availability of choices that you are going to make for your future? Or did, like just taking a small example, was taking like studying environment your priority somewhere in your primary school or secondary? Did you think about that, or was that some accident? You know, this can also bring us a clear idea about whether there are opportunities out there. Yes, Pawan.
So for the question, so to answer this, I feel like in my life, entire my life, I felt that the choices I've made is made by myself, because my parents were always so supportive of my decision, and they've always been supportive of what I do, and that's how I felt that having supportive parents first is important, because that's how you actually choose what you can actually make a decision in life. And when it comes to first question, that is on making choices, I feel like from early ages, I have first thing was in the beginning, when maybe when I was in my primary, that time I had no option rather than to be restricted to what my parents had actually decided for me, that is to stay away from home and study. But then as time passes by, I started making my own decision, and I feel like there wasn't any obstacles which I could regret. So I feel like there wasn't as much difficulties in it.
Okay. Lack of learning choices is known to create a huge unemployment. When there are lack of learning choices, people tend to drop on the way through their schooling life. Like they say, 5% to 40% drop due to lack of varied choices in the life. They have certain skills, but they cannot. The environment cannot offer that choice, so people drop down. And you have been lucky. This can also be, actually, your case can also be inequity by choice of school, by parents. Parents who are able to make right choices for their children are able to create successful children. That's there. But there are other lot of parents who are not able to decide, make a better informed decision. So if they are not able to make an informed decision, the child could make a wrong choice. It was seen that wealthier parents and more educated parents make an informed choice, while the uneducated and illiterate tend to make a wrong choice. Like in our country, we have the children move from school to school. And as a principal, I know when children come for admission, the reason is because they are not able to perform in one place, so they come to this school. So when they fail to underperform here, they move to another school. And this is because the parents are not able to give a proper direction, educated decision. So therefore, when children move from one place to another, it's like rolling stone gathers no moss. And then children underlearn. They are not able to tap into the talents because they keep on moving. So like you being on a fortunate side, there are unfortunate people. So how do we cater to that is a question. How do we reach up to those? How do we sensitize and create awareness on those people to make right choices for their children? This is very important. We'll keep up to that, and maybe we'll talk to Chimidoji meanwhile. So Chimi, on the same line, keeping the same tangent, you introduce yourself and give us your overview of your experiences.
Good afternoon to you all. Sir, am I clear?
Yeah, good enough.
Okay, first of all, I would like to welcome all the panelists out here. And I would like to thank Sir Jimmy Tinley to officially allow me to speak, to join this panel and speak on these topics. So about the inequality in the country, sir. And what I can say is when I think of inequity in terms of education in Bhutan, I can only think of one thing, sir. Now, be it in terms of infrastructure or quality, there is a vast difference in urban and rural areas, sir. Now, as an example, due to this pandemic, when last 2020, after March 6, when the schools and all the education institutions were closed due to the threat, education was taken digitally. Now, students started learning through net, through a lot of social media and as well as BBS. Now, one night when I was going through a BBS news, and I saw a news whereby 6 girls who they had to travel in a rural village. They had to travel out of their home, and they had to go a long way around. They had to travel around 4 kilometers to reach another house. Now, I thought, why do they have to go to another house? I found out that they had difficulty in learning from TV, and they had the only TV in their village was in another house. So, and this is how inequity has been. I see inequity in education in Bhutan. Now, basic example can be in a movie, the Ayak in a classroom. It basically shows how education, the foundation is being built to people who lives in remote places like in Laya and Bunana. We could see that infrastructure, the quality was not at all that good. And if we compare that to the urban areas, I feel that there is a lot of difference. And if I share one thing, and I was in class 8, and I remember one of my teachers sharing a story. It was a remote village in Chuka. It was a primary school, and teacher used to come to class drunk, saying he was drunk. And not drunk in that way, but he was totally drunk, and he used to come to class still with the bottle of alcohol in his hand, and he still used to teach the students out there. So I felt like now this particularly shows how the quality and the quality of the education is totally different from urban as well as rural areas. So when I think of inequity in terms of education in Bhutan, all I can see is the major difference in rural and urban areas. That's also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chimi. You have touched on a very important aspect of our talk on inequity and equity in education. So we are looking at from a very big perspective, saying that there are inequities and there are differences, how education reach to people, right? And this has a huge impact on the national resources in the long term. The economic status of a nation can be calculated from how a classroom performs well, how education reaches to the corners of the country on an equal basis with good human resources, with good amenities like infrastructure. And in the currently, we are talking about digital, technology. Now, I was listening to Kinza Getson from NI Samsi, and I heard that the youth literacy is about 93 and literacy rate is about 71.4. And while the statistics shows a good number of people at a literacy rate when you look at, but then we have a huge concern, who are those people who are the literacy rate who falls under 30% and below? And like you give an example of schools in a very remote place, because of the situation, people are not accessible to the modern amenities and finding it very difficult. And pandemic situation has changed so much. Now, like if we do not offer enough amenities, facilities, or resources, or motivation and direction to the schools and institutions, we are going to face a huge gap very soon. His Majesty the King, on 29th August, on the closing day of School Leaders Development Program in Chirang, I quote, said, "The world will change so much more. Our time is today, our time is now. We must show so much fortitude and leap of courage, and any small mistake will become a calamity." I think this is indicating what we need to do henceforth, not only waiting for the policy to come on our table, but also contributing to nation building, to the education system, to the transformation of education system in our own ways. And I think this is one of the very important forums to be participating and voicing out. Now, let's look at from the digital point of view. So you have also faced this pandemic situation, right? I would like to ask Ms. Sangye, on your opinion about this experience during the pandemic. What was your experience, and what do you foresee, and what do we need to do for those students in the field today?
Thank you again, sir. So yes, all three of us, we have survived this pandemic, let's say. It was quite a journey. So to begin with, we were initially based in College of Natural Resources in our own classrooms, and we were teaching, like we were learning through the traditional way. Of course, not as traditional as in schools, because we had the projector, we had the virtual learning environment, access to virtual learning environment, the VLE. But then the sudden switch to the pandemic learning way was quite a challenge, I must say, because once I got back home, we had to do everything online. And there was a time when I wasn't even clear with the concept of Zoom, which we are using right now, the platform that we're using. It wasn't even clear to us. Then we had other platforms like Google Meet. That was also very unclear at first. All these raise hand features, Q&A features. It was too overwhelming at some point because we had never used such technologies. Of course, the closest that we got would be like the video chatting in Zoom, in Messenger and WhatsApp. But this is nothing close to Messenger and WhatsApp. There are so many more features in which we can learn. So that learning how to use that was a challenge, number one, but not as big a challenge as getting enough information on what we were studying. So in classroom, we could ask doubts like on the spot. We could ask the teacher to go slow, if we could ask the module tutors to go slow if they were going fast. We could ask our doubts, we could clarify things, we could add on to what the lecturer has said. But on the virtual screen, where majority would have their cameras turned off and their microphones turned off, it was a dead environment. It was very challenging in that way because it was dead and there was little learning happening. It was all from the tutor's side. There was nothing from the student's side. So that was a challenge. But luckily, we used forums like virtual learning environment where we could do forum discussions. So that was one way to engage students. And the second one would be the online exams. As much as it was easy for us to pass and get good scores in online exam, it was not effective because now if you ask me a question that we learned during the COVID pandemic time, where I sat for exam online, I wouldn't be able to deliver the content as clearly as I would have if I learned in the classroom in front of my teacher. So that can be seen as another issue of the COVID-19 pandemic, of the virtual learning, of the online learning. And I think, as said before by many panelists in this webinar today, blended learning is the way forward. There is no effective way, no more effective way than blended learning. Now like ever so more, we find the need for technologies to be embedded in the learning environment. We see the need for, we now notice what role technology plays, what role internet plays, what role these uh, many apps play in students learning now. So I think blending learning is the way forward. There's no way that we can learn without a teacher, without a tutor. So while traditional learning should be incorporated, there should be technology side by side guiding us, showing us other ways to learn, improving the ways in which we can learn, giving us more resources than we have been served before. So I think blended learning is the way forward. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Genzo. When you said blended learning is very important now, more than ever, right? I could hear a message behind your words, saying that from the traditional classroom, the traditional teachers should move towards becoming more digital, because you cannot give what you don't have. His Majesty the King used to tell us that you cannot tell children to be strong if you're not strong yourself.
Yes,
if you don't know anything
strongly
about the
agree.
subject that you're teaching, how much of it are you going to give to your students? You cannot give what you do not have. So it all begins with the teacher. But then the teacher also needs to have the resources. Like, for example, this morning we heard about connectivity, internet connectivity. In many of our schools, the internet connectivity is very low. And when the number of people, users increase in the school system, it is teachers only now. And we are finding it very difficult to play YouTube, to even learn a lesson in a classroom or teach a lesson from there. Now, if students have to be given that access, it would even be more difficult. Just this morning, I saw a message from the ministry, the relevant people, ICT people, saying that they have worked out budget for increasing this connectivity. And that's a good news. The move is going to be slow and painful. There will be limitations, but I think your concerns are concerns that are in our schools, in our classrooms, and also from the parents in the remote schools, right? So therefore, technology not only has to enhance, but it should be made accessible. And pandemic has revealed that big digital divide that is very clearly seen. Our school have conducted a small research on e-learning, and we have noticed a similar pattern there. There's a hue and cry from the parents, and these children who are from the lower income group are deprived. It's like saying there was a story about a family had to sell a cow to get a smartphone for the child, and then now the child using the smartphone, getting introduced to the smartphone, is again another challenge, because then if the child is not able to use, if the child misuses that smartphone and not for the education purposes, then now we have another challenge. So we have many things to bring into context while introducing, technology in our system. So what would be the concern? What are your concerns, Chimi or Bhavana, if you can answer? Let's go to Bhavana, if you have anything on that. On a use of digital devices in the classroom or in education. What would be your answer for that?
Some of the challenges, sir.
Yeah.
When it comes to digitalization, use of devices and all. Hello?
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So when it comes to use of challenges faced, well, like utilization of technical devices, in the beginning, it was quite new for me, like using Zoom and other platforms like Google Classroom. It was quite new to me. That's why in the beginning I faced challenges because I wasn't much aware of it. But slowly, as time passes by, I was like used to it. Like nobody actually taught us, but maybe like from the experiences, it has enhanced. And like we didn't used to even use VLA before much, like, but then because of the pandemic, we were more dependent on VLE and more into some apps like Zoom, Google Classroom, and then that's how like we were like I feel like pandemic was actually giving us an opportunity to be more digitalized.
Okay. Chimi, just moving to Chimi, I'd like to hear from Chimi. Now let's shift a little bit away from here. Now, education system is supposed to prepare a graduate, prepare the graduate ready for a job market, right? Job market. When he goes into the job market, you have learned so many different subjects in the field through the schooling system, 9 to 11 subjects from each of the classrooms. And then you went into college, and there again, a few more focus areas to do. Now, whatever you have learned to the school and to the tertiary institute, that should help you to live a livelihood, get an employment, right? So can you share something on this one? Like how prepared are you to be in a job market a year from now? Yes, Shimi.
Thank you very much, sir. So I would say that my studies till now have made me actually ready for a job, sir. For a job, I'm ready, maybe. But I will say that I'm not ready for my life, sir. That's the difference out here with our education system, sir. I'm ready for a job based on the knowledge that I possess. I may go to appear for RCAC. I may start writing a lot of things and then pass the exam. But what I feel is all I have been taught right now is just to take a seat, just to be on a seat, on a rolling seat, and to do this and that. But I'm not ready for life, actually. I feel that our education system lacks some of the curriculums which is essential for life, sir, actually. Now, if I give an example, financial literacy, sir. In United States, 50% of students, adult students in college, college students are literate. They know about what is stock market, how does it function, what does it mean to buy shares and all, sir. But if you look in the Bhutanese section out here, much of us, we don't have any idea. Until last year, I also didn't even have any idea of what does this share market and does this all mean. But if you look at their perspective, now they're already ready for life. They know that buying shares, investing into stock markets and all can lead them have some income streams they can earn. Now, that type of notion is missing in our Bhutan, sir. In Bhutan, it is missing. Why? Because our education has not taught us that, sir. Our education only teaches us to work, not to work for government, work for any organizations, but not for ourselves. Then I would like to say that our education system lacks entrepreneurship, sir. Now in India, in New Delhi, classes between 9 to 12, they have an entrepreneurship subject, sir. That means now from 9 to 12, they are preparing their children for entrepreneurship, sir, so that they do not have to be a burden on government, so that they can in future share the burden of the government and pursue entrepreneurship, and also to provide employment to others. So what I feel is our education system lacks some of the essential curriculums which is needed for life, sir. Yes, although it makes an individual ready for a job, sir, to go to an office, to sit down, to have some meetings, to see each other's face and give commands or take commands. That's all, sir. I think this is what our education system is making us ready for, but not for the life. And what we actually miss is in job dignity. If we talk about job dignity, I grew up in a school where my teacher usually taunted his friends his friends in school who were now working on the roadside. Now, my teacher used to say, I was traveling by this car and I could see my classmate. He was classmate in class 7. Now he's working by the roadside. And I grew up in that environment. So now when I come here, I feel who is actually more important? The teacher who taught me that or the person who was working on the roadside? What I feel is the person who is working on the roadside. If he did not work there, I would say that we won't have a road. But if we continue to have some teachers like that, and I'm sure that our education, our mind has just been driven out of the basic fundamentals, and we are just working on to be on a chair and just to talk among the people and take a retirement after age 50s and also. So all I can say is our education system is preparing us for a job, but they are not preparing for our lives. That's also. Thank you.
Thank you, Chimi. Very, very powerful message coming from you. It's a huge concern when you are sharing about graduating without enough life skills, life skills to deal with what is there out there. You may be trained to become a doctor, but you don't know about economics. You don't know about a finance system, and you'll have to learn by experience. And by the time you gain some stability in life, it will have passed about 6 to 7 years. You'll have wasted so much of opportunity to save your money. You're talking from that point of view. And the other one is job dignity. That's very important. Yes, we need to raise the sense of job dignity everywhere. No job is small as long as someone leaves from the job and also serves the community and the society, because we should believe that to serve a nation, not everybody has to reach the top, right? Every job is a valuable job, is a worthy job, so it's an honorable job. I was thinking about His Majesty's words again. His Majesty the King last time told us that Bhutan, the Bhutan, our country is covered with lots of mountains. We don't have so much vast lands, empty lands for the future. So one of our important resources is human beings, ourselves, a Buddhist citizen. And His Majesty said that we have to tap into these resources, that our principals, our schools should be able to groom and nurture a graduate, a child, to be able to serve the potential of 10 people. So this is what was expected. And when Chimi said that one should know many things in life and should be equipped and skilled to live life forward, I think that's what you are intending. And His Majesty was also talking from that point of view. We should also now reflect at saying about 30 years ago, sometime in 1950s, about 30 years ago, if you look at, if you go backwards, then there were, we had a telephone. We didn't have a smartphone or a phone in our country until 2008 and on. Now, 30 years from today, I think you are the people who are going to lead this country, right? You are the leaders. You are going to become the most seasoned people here in Bhutan. And your children are going to make a huge difference depending on you, who you are, how you're performing 30 years from today. Therefore, we have to be very, very farsighted, looking at the future of the nation. So we just don't focus our energy and idea just onto digital divide, digital or technology or another area of poverty line, etc. But we have to be more vibrant, more diverse in our ideas and trying to cater to the needs of the nation from every corners. That's why I think when you participate in a forum like this and when you listen to so many eminent people, you must have already received so much idea and knowledge about who you should be first. Because what is important for the nation is not those who come for now. You are the people who are going to groom them. So like, who is important more now here in my school is me as a principal, right? So that I make sure that these people 30 years from today are able to become a successful graduate, successful future leaders. Sanjay, do you have anything on a similar pattern that Chimi was sharing about?
Yes, sir. I wanted to add on about dignity of labor as well, but Chimi seemed to have touched it at the end. But I think I actually wanted to talk about the career education that we get in schools,
Yeah.
especially since we are talking about job opportunities and us being prepared for the real life now after graduating from CNR. So in that way, I wanted to share my experience about how we got career education in school. That is, we had a session called the value education class that would happen once in every week, where we were supposed to learn about life skills and career education. However, we weren't really provided with the like we weren't informed about the very many choices that are there for job opportunities. So up until middle school, everyone would be aiming to become doctors or engineers or teachers, and it would be limited to that. Even parents and teachers would be happy with us aspiring to become just that. There were really very less elders who would say that there are opportunities like becoming researchers, planning officers, or environmentalists, or technicians, or IT assistants, or many other professions, right? But we were limited to aspiring to become just doctors and teachers and engineers. And after a certain point, on reaching class 11 and 12, when we were divided into arts and commerce, then arts, commerce, and science, then according to our streams, we would aspire to become something else. So maybe if I go to commerce class, if I take the commerce stream, then I would aspire to become maybe an accountant, but it would be limited to just that. So I think as a solution to that, Bhutan really needs to boost its value education. In that, career education must be given topmost priority, and it demands a lot of improvement right now in our current times. I think one progress could be how the government now is aiming to inculcate entrepreneurship, include entrepreneurship as a subject in high school. So that is, let's say, the first step to many such steps. So I think career education requires a lot of effort to be done, like effort to be improved. And the other thing was inculcating dignity of labor in the minds of the students. It is so important. I think even right now, students of our age would be looking down on sweepers, or let's say roadside like construction workers or plumbers or electricians, when in reality, we cannot go a day without their services for us. So I think that is something that is very important. It is to be inculcated in the minds of every student from like primary level itself, that all jobs are noble, that you can be one of them, and it won't be wrong to be one of them, because earning wise, I don't think they earn any less, or they aren't self-sufficient or anything like that. It's just about the notion that their jobs aren't dignified, or there's no reputation in their job. So that is something that Bhutan can work upon, is working upon, and can work upon more. So that was what I wanted to share in that context. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Genzo. Very positive outlook on the those people who are working as subordinates, on other services. 10 to 15 years from today, about 185,000 children will graduate as youth, like they'll be in your position. So when they come to your position, they should be able to learn, learn and be ready. They should learn well and also be ready for a job market. Things are going to change in a big way, like I said, for 30 years from now. And career counseling has become very important. Perhaps the career counseling, the guidelines may need to be redesigned that can cater to the 21st century children who are there in the school today. We need to do that. Otherwise, we do not cater. So I was thinking, since you had this opportunity, I didn't have that. So I was, when I graduated from college and now was put on the open market, something like what choices are you going to make? So I was left to myself. I didn't have an idea what I want to become. So I had to mostly go along with my friends, or with some passion that I developed from school without identifying what are the skills and talents that I have for the future. So you have been a little bit more fortunate because you had career counseling. Now I was thinking how, in your opinion, I would like Bhavana to answer this. Career counseling, like, okay, how did you benefit from career counseling in making your choices you have made so far?
Thank you, sir. So I feel that counseling is very important in one's life, especially for the students, because usually we do not have much, we have limited awareness on the job markets or even the subjects or the courses or the program we actually choose. So hence, I feel that it is very important to have career counseling where they will be guiding us on what is good and what is what is good and what is bad, and they can give us proper orientation or awareness program on the subjects or the programs or the courses that we actually choose. So that's also.
Okay. Well, Bhavana and Sangya was saying, the solutions to inequity can be career counseling. The solutions to inequity in education can be career counseling. The other one could be, like you said, flexi curriculum, the curriculum that caters to the need of the nation, the job market, and then diversifying learning opportunities, which is actually now in place. Just few days ago, I participated in the education roadmap, coordination meeting, something like that. So the Ministry of Education, the policymakers have already framed a detailed picture of how education should go forward from here on. And some of the things that you were expecting, the three of you were talking about, if this could happen, what you think could happen, most of the things are now coming into place. This is a good sign. And there were other concerns that you shared here. I think it will come to use here, and for those people who are online and they're listening. So, and the other thing is, one of the way to overcome inequity is, I think, being able to study again, once you drop from school. There are instances and situations and circumstances that compel you to drop school. Many things happen. For instance, they say that 60% dropout out of 100% of dropout, like 60% of dropout were able to go back to school and become a successful civil servant, for instance. If this can happen also for Bhutan, I was thinking on that line, the dropouts, and they can be given a second chance in life to study, apart from non-formal education that's given to the illiterate people. So we should also have that widespread way of reaching out to education to these people. So because education is not about age, it doesn't matter age. Education is about opportunity and accessibility. If you can give that, then that can also help in closing in the gap, right? So these are some of the things we are talking about, and now I think. We have a few minutes more. Do you have anything to share, Shimitoji? Anything else you think is very necessary to be heard from your point of view?
Thank you very much again, sir. So what I feel like, what I want to convey a message out here is that in Bhutan, what has been now, it has been since very long now, the trend has been same, sir. That if a student in a particular subject fails, and he is not given other opportunities as well. But what I feel is now this should stop, sir. I think this should change, sir, now. A particular student maybe maybe good in a one particular subject and maybe not good in other subject, yet his other the opportunities which he could gain from that the subjects which he is good on, I think it is being snatched from him, sir. I think this is this is a direct violation of fundamental rights out here, sir. What I feel is this one, sir. As an example, if I say in my middle school days, I had a friend named Subhash Rai, and he was a very good mathematician. So he was very good in mathematics. Even my teacher, some of you may know, yeah, Sir Ashish Chakraborty, he used to say that this student is so talented that he will not have to teach mathematics to him, sir, because he will already know the answer, and on top he will have another 3 or more ways to solve a particular equation or particular complex question. So that was the comment that teacher used to give to him. But he failed. He was not so good in Zonka. Obviously, he was in Hosamba, so he was not so good in Zonka, in speaking and writing as well. Now, after class 8, after vacation, when I came back to school, and I asked him, I was searching for him, I was asking about him. He was not there, and I asked my friends, where did he go? Then they said he failed in Zonka. Now he is in village. Now, what I felt here was that that boy, he was such very good student in mathematics. So he could solve mathematics in a very numerous ways. If a teacher gives 2 ways, he would give plus 3 ways to solve that particular equation. But just because his weakness was in Zonka, his opportunity, his right to become best in mathematics was also snatched, sir. And what I feel is this is by direct violation of fundamental rights. I think the students like him should be given chances to develop their skills on that particular subject, to be handled well, to give them good opportunity, so that using that skills, who knows, they may prove to be good leaders, they may prove to be good mathematicians for the country, who can be a great help to the country. We had many experts being called from other countries. Who knows, if we give them the chance, removing the language barrier out here, if we give them the chance, they may improve, they may excel, they may be expertise in the subject in which they are interested in, and they may prove to be a great benefit to the country. Well, that's all what I want. Some of the opportunities, the students who who is not good in particular subject should not mean that he is not at all good. He should be given chances, sir. He should be given chances to improve, to excel in their own subjects which they are good in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There are some common challenges in the OECD countries. We fall under that. So they say, like, for instance, one of the challenges is lack of opportunities. So one of the situations you shared is not being able to cater to somebody's talents, in mathematics, for example. This is a very good example. I would like to give this one example that happened very recently. One of my students from class 7 was caught to playing a mobile in the school. We don't allow mobile phones during the day. And when I asked him how did he get his Wi-Fi password, that is the office password, and actually he had hacked that from the computer, from the main computer line in a computer lab. And when I talked to the teachers, even teachers can't do that, and he's able to do that. And when I asked him what's his future ambition, and he said he wants to become a gamer, a YouTuber. And he is in class 7. You can imagine that he has that talent. Now, if we scold him and punish him and deprive opportunities for him to grow in that area, perhaps we are not attending to his talent, that his individual interest. Like Shimi said, maybe if we can groom him up and take him to an institute where ICT is a prioritized curriculum there, perhaps he could go to become a wizard, very good at creating software, or he could start a software company in the future. Perhaps we could also relate to Albert Einstein. Now, Albert Einstein, when he was in Germany, there was a war, the World War broke out, and he had to be forced by his wife to run away from there to the US. He was not willing, but lucky that his wife compelled him to go. Otherwise, he could have been exterminated, and the theory of relativity would be nowhere. You know, it would have perhaps taken some more centuries for us to get that theory. So I think we need to do that. And many students, the OECD countries challenge showed us that one third of the children in the primary and the secondary students, they drop. They even don't reach the tertiary institute like you do. Lot of children drop from the primary and the secondary level. So now this is a concern. Children who have studied for last 10, 12 years are unable to pursue tertiary institute. And this is a huge concern. And I would like to put this again now about women education, the male. When we look at the gender in the schools, so during our time, also number of girls were higher than the boys in the classroom. But then as we progress in the school towards secondary level and then to the tertiary level, we saw that while there were huge ratio of female, so when we reached to the upper crux of the institutions, there were less of female. And most of the civil servants, and if you look at it's there are many rulers up there who are all males, they're at the managerial level, administrative levels. So this can also be one area of study, right? So we should know that this can also be studied and then looked at what's happening to our children as they progress to the school and institute. So thank you for Chimi for sharing that part. Before we open some last minute questions, if there are, then we'll just look at one more issues. In Bhutan, since 2000, I think 5 onwards, from 2009, we had the institution of mindfulness practice, right? Meditation practice. And then we also, under His Majesty's vision, we started off with reading as a national program. And this was because His Majesty believes, as much as everyone must believe the same way, reading is a very important factor. Perhaps reading could also help in grooming and nurturing, strengthening people's talents, being able to identify talents, and make people more, competent as a professional in the future. So reading is a very important skill. Now, what was your idea? What was your experience about reading in your school life? How did you get to reading? Do you read, or were you inspired by a teacher? Or do you think reading is so important now because you have not read much before? Are you facing some trouble? So give us some perspective on that. Let's start with Bhavan.
Also, so when I was in Dala Middle Secondary School, we had we used to practice reading week, where we used to have a banner pasted where our focus would be more into reading, and we used to have certain time for maybe like 50 to 30 minutes to read anything we like, the library and all. We all used to have that facilities there, and then even we used to have some speakers having book talk on the novel or the books that they read. We used to practice that kind of initiatives, and it was really a great success during that time. And like Sir said, definitely I too feel that reading is really important because it enhances not only our writing skills, but also it helps in communicating and interpersonal skills, giving us having enhancement of our own life skills. So I feel that it's important.
Sange, can you share?
Yes, sir. So my reading journey has been quite long. I think from a very little age, my aunt has really pushed me into reading. From the tender age of around 4 to 5, she would get me picture books and she would tell me to read. And then as I grew older, she would get me Enid Blyton books, and then slowly she would get me the novels that students read according to their age. So I think my aunt has played a major role in my reading journey. And honestly, if it weren't for reading, then I wouldn't be able to speak as much as I'm speaking right now. Like from a very young age, I've always believed in reading, yes, but even more than that, I've believed in writing. How if I have to convey something that I can't verbally, then my aunt would always encourage me to jot it down on a diary or write a letter to that person. So in that manner, I think my, let's say, language development, like my language foundation was very good. The base was, it wasn't bad. So it's adequate for me to proceed with this much knowledge, although there's like space for improvement. And then regarding reading as a solution, it is a solution to everything, I feel, because as you read, you know the options that are there for you. You can explore so much from just like a tiny book. You can explore so much, like any like things that you haven't even imagined about. Reading a book just gives you the idea, gives you an introduction to new phenomena and new things, new entities. So in that way, reading plays a major role in solving any issue in general, because the more you read, the more learned you become. The more learned you become, the more you can impart to others. And the more that you impart, the stronger your network is, not just with your peer, but with elders, with youngers. And I think as long as you have that strong network, solving issues won't be a problem, because putting everyone's minds together, wise minds together, and working on an issue would be like relatively easier than working on it alone with no knowledge at all. So I think, yes, reading is a major solution to every problem that we have listed so far in this webinar.
Thank you, Sangi Genzo. It's very inspirational to hear from you. We should have a lot of aunties in our schools so that the children can be inspired to read. And we should also have teachers and community reading, because there's a lack of reading in the community. This could be an answer to closing in the gap of inequity in education. And that's, I think, that's what Malala is shouting about, right? Talking about, and had been fighting for. And that's why she took the bullet for education, to close in the gap. So we should have that leap of courage, like His Majesty said, leap of courage. Each one of us should have this leap of courage to take forward, to take initiative, and to take tiny changes in our lives, to make this remarkable effect in our lives, and also in the lives of those people we touch, and in the community. Right, reading is of course very important. Chimi, do you have anything on that on the importance of reading, and what do you do about reading?
Yes, sir. To basically talk about my journey of reading, I must say it was recent, sir. Not until last 4 or 5 years, I did not even I did not really like reading, sir. My teachers, my parents, my sister, family, relatives, they used to encourage me to read, but I really did not pay a heed to it. But until in class 11, until I heard a quotation which said, "Readers are tomorrow's leader." That quotation became a catapult, which pushed me actually, sir. But I had a dream, like in future, my ambition was to become the prime minister of this country, to lead this country, sir. So now that particular quotation actually pushed me, sir. It pushed me. It said, "Readers are tomorrow's leader," and that particularly pushed me forward to read. Now, as I speak today, I must say that this speaking, the skills that I have developed is actually due to the reading that I had done since the 4 or 5 years ago. And now, and today, when I hear the success stories of many of the world's successful people, especially Elon Musk, he is developing space shuttle. He's doing a lot of a lot of impossible things, and he did it because he did not have any degree. He does not have any sort of any formal teachings. He did this all through reading. So what I feel is reading is very important component in life, sir. This not only gives you a set of skills, but it also improves your confidence. It also pushes you. It also gives you confidence enough to push towards the odds and overcome many of the difficulties. Well, that's all, sir.
Thank you, Shimi. I'm very happy because I'm myself a reader and a writer. We have just about 2 minutes and I would like to wind up. And if there are any questions from participants, I would like you to kindly throw the questions there inside. I think the 20th century skills will not be enough, right? 20th century skill will not be enough for our 21st century children, for the 21st century future. So we should know that, and all of us, all educationists should do so much reflection to move forward. And I was also thinking we must connect the government, the tertiary institutes, the schools should connect each other and then try keep a mobile talk, conversation, deliberations on how we can move forward and resolve some of the common issues. This is very important because small things matter a lot. Nobody become a giant by leaping. So everybody has to take part in small ways, and our visions should also align to the national goal. We should also remember that world is now small, and how we learn and what we do in serving our nation is also indirectly serving the greater world. So with this, I think I would like to lastly thank KASpaces for giving us this very beautiful and enlightening opportunity, and Mr. Jigme Chinle from Siena for giving us this opportunity to reflect and remain connected to the educationists, the experts and the professionals around the world. Thank you so much, and I enjoyed a lot. Three of you, thank you for becoming part of our lives. Now we are connected as educationists. Thank you.
So thank you
Thank
for
you.
moderating
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Namgyal, for your moderation, and all the students for your very detailed descriptions of your experiences and thoughts. And it was really a great learning experience, I think, for everybody to hear your personal thoughts, your life experiences. It was a very great experience. And maybe we can request the audience if there's any specific questions that you want to ask to any of our speakers, you can kindly do so. Yeah, Ms. Megha, you want to say something?
Thank you, Keshav. I have a question to the students. So your talk was very interesting. Thank you. And to the moderator, so it was really, I like the way you moderated. It was really good. And I like your honesty, to be very honest, because I think we Asians are known to be we're very polite, and we're known to be the most respected, and we'll not say things which I think you would have said. And I think I really appreciate that, because this is something that was very difficult for me to get. So my question is a little different from what you all have answered. So I think in the other student forums in other countries, what every student has talked about is the social, the loneliness they feel, because, school is also about meeting other friends, and the socialization, or that you meet other friends, you have a social life. So with this pandemic, you all have lost that. So what do you all feel about it, and how do you cope up? Because for whereas in other forums we had foreign students, but I believe you guys are in your home country. So I would like to know from you all, how do you think it? And then to the moderator, I have a question. So you mentioned that you had rightly mentioned that teachers need to be developed first. So in my knowledge, I have not seen much of what teachers have been taught as much. So in your school, or is there any example where you can share in Bhutan that teachers have been given? Because I feel it's very easy for us as students, or as you know, when I was a student, we always say that teachers don't have it. But are you giving teachers the required skills, or are they getting it, or is it, or have they been just put in the in the ocean without knowing how to swim? So yes, that's my question to you. And like I just want to know from a regional point of view. I'm not coming from Bhutan or like a South Asia, but more like the Asian region. Like, how do you feel? So please give your answer with a very global perspective. Thank you.
Before I answer, I would like one of them to answer your question to the students. Anyone? Sange, Chimi, Bhavana? Any one of you?
Should I go, sir? If
okay.
Chimi and Bhavana doesn't have anything to say. Yes, I think, yeah, that really came off as a challenge as well. Actually, we were so focused on the virtual learning environment that I totally forgot to address to that. So yes, of course, I really did miss the network that I had in my college. So we would have our roommates in the room, we'd have our classmates in the class, we'd have these never-ending departmental contests and matches and cultural variety shows that I really missed during the COVID pandemic, because it felt like I became so unproductive at once when I returned home, because I would always be active in the college doing something, attending some program, dancing, or maybe playing some sports or something like that. And then at once when I reached home, there was absolutely nothing to do. All I had to do was just go online, study the materials, attend some online classes. Although I did some other productive stuff at home as well, like let's say baking, reading and stuff. But I really did miss the environment that I had in my college, where I could literally go and talk to anyone at any time. And I missed the social connection a lot, but I'm glad to be back in college with my friends. And I think we're having very productive days now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sange. I think a human element is very, very important, right? Although we see each other, we smile each other, being together in real terms is more empowering. So there's more synergy there. Thank you. I would like to answer to Mega on the question asked. What am I doing in the school? How am I empowering my teachers? Right? You asked a very good question for me. A question that I would love to talk. Before I answer you, I'll just share this message from His Majesty the King. He says that it's easy to begin any work and even easier if you want to achieve mediocrity, right? And in our school, we have a motto: small things matter. And what matters for any individual is never small. So, we have limited budget. Budget is never enough actually. So within whatever budget we receive, and even if it's not enough from the central government, then we try to create our own by seeking support from here and there. And then since I'm a trainer myself for various programs, I constantly train my teachers. So in a month basis, we have every month two weekends for professional development. And then we train teachers on differentiated teaching strategies, like again strategies, and then other learning shortcomings as well. These are in general, but in specific, we have professional learning community being set up in the school. They have to meet every Friday after school, and then have a constructive talk, taking turns on what they can do in the classrooms to improve the teaching learning sessions, how to connect that. And then very recently, research culture is also very important, which is not very strong in our schools. And to ask teachers to start off with the research is very difficult because they haven't been trained in that area through their schools or in their institutes. Now suddenly they are required to do that. That means it's going to be difficult. So what we did was we sought some support from some well-wishers, and then started off by training on research statistics. And two of the experts were called from CNR. Dr. Om Katel and Jigme Tenzin, they came here and taught us for about 4 days. And now I have 15 teachers writing 15 proposals at a time, proposals. And I said, if you keep on writing, this is the deadline, and I'm going to support for publishing. So you can publish in the country, or we have in India many other sources. This is one area we are doing. I think research is very important, right? And then to overcome some of the challenges in our lives, we strengthen communication, between our academic head, between a manager like me. So constantly keeping in touch with people, calling them in and out of the office frequently to make sure that things are going well. And we do, currently we have started in our country, we have started something called BPST, Bhutan Professional Teacher Standards. And with that, we have to observe classrooms with the specific indicators to look at how teachers perform. I think that's helping a lot. So in a school, I think leaders matter, how we perform. And then if leaders can help groom the teachers well, then the culture will be set up. And once the culture sets up, it's easy to move forward. So we said that best things in life takes a little more time to arrive. So we must give effort. So I think all schools are doing many things in their own small way to enhance productivity. So we are doing also a little bit of that. And today's forum has given me so many things to share to my teachers. And I've already done a lot of pages of note, and I'll be presenting to them what I heard from today's sessions. So thank you, Mega, for asking the question.
Thank you, sir. And this is just the beginning. We have a regional forum where you can actually learn from other countries. So I hope you'll attend that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Without further delay, I would like to again thank our moderator for session 4 on the Student Teacher Forum, Mr. Namgyal, and all the brilliant students for their sharing their perspective, unique ideas and thoughts, and really appreciate it. It will all of those captured in our outcome report highlight, which will be shared in the due course in the coming days. So now, without further delay, let's. I'm also seeing a lot of comments and coming from attendees. They are enjoying a lot. They have congratulated the students and the moderators. So thank you very much. So without further delay, let's move into the final session on. So we have basically, let's have Dr. Om Katel. He's a Dean of Research in CNR and Royal University of Bhutan. So maybe may I request Dr. Om to kindly present the overall summary of the day and the key highlights and what are the key takeaways and sort of messages for the participant to take back home. Over to you, Dr. Om. We can't hear you, sir. No, we can't hear you. I think there's some voice issue. No, we can't hear you, unfortunately. Maybe try connecting again. So you just have to click, there's a pop-up window when you connect. So you have to click join with computer audio, or if you're using a headset, you can click on that also. Just try reconnecting. We can't hear you anything. Meanwhile, if there's any questions from the participant attendees, feel free to put it in the chat box, and we will take up in the after the reflections. If there's any observations or if there's any thoughts on what, if there is any new ideas on new thing we should be focusing on in the next series of in the next webinars, or if there's any special requirements or thoughts, observation, you can share with us in the chat box. Just a minute while we are having Dr. Om back. He's trying to reconnect. Yeah, Dr.
Hello,
Om.
am I?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear now. Yes, yes, we can hear now.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Director K.S. Christian. Thank you, Executive Director ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability South Asia, Megan, and the panel members. It was a wonderful session. And then I was actually listening to the discussion, quite carefully, and it is beyond my comprehension to provide you the summary. I think I'm not going to do that. But basically, what I would like to share is some the key points that I thought is important. So basically, we had this in a 4 session. We started with the first session with the blended learning, traditional classroom, and then infrastructure. Then we went into the inequality of education, and then the teacher and students, perceptions, and then how different things matter. I would like to reiterate this, the one sentence from Chiring Namgyal, the small things matter. I think that is what education is all about. And let me just start with looking into the, repeating the His Excellency's remark on the education. He touched on the quality of education in terms of the equitable, inclusive education, where Bhutan has made enormous progress. And in this venture, Bhutan has various initiatives, and school reforms is one of the initiatives. And this is actually education reform is initiated by a royal decree, and the education system, they actually design several roadmaps and quality of teaching and learning assessments. And again, Lempo mentioned that I'd like to say this, repeat this again and again. What he said was making education more relevant to make citizens nationally rooted and globally competent. We need certain things, and how to make the education relevant is by embracing competency-based education, which is required to achieve country's goal, to achieve the country's goals. Now, in this regard, Lempo has mentioned just 3 words. That is, I think the teachers should be well aware of these 3 words, and we need to inculcate to the students, that is knowledge, skills, and values. And Lempo mentioned that these are the 3 words that helps the young people to face the challenges of 21st century problems. And then Madam DA actually also mentioned that the COVID-19 has brought so many enormous challenges, and then actually this, the education reform is one of the focus of the 12 5-year plans, and then COVID-19 has actually pressed more onto the reform of education. And I think it's same elsewhere in the world as well, but in Bhutan, it was actually already there was a focus of the 12 5-year plan. We are now into the 12 5-year plan, that is from 2018 to 2023. And the Madam DAA also mentioned that the Bhutan has still managed to make progress in terms of putting this education forward. And this morning I was actually looking at one of the news that this is now a 4th wave starting somewhere in the world. And then I was again thinking, when we were talking about education, and then thinking about different approaches, different modalities, how can we actually do better when this 4th, fourth wave of COVID-19 actually happens again? I think there are enormous challenges, so we are not done yet. We need to actually look into the future with more challenges, and how do we actually address those? So in the second session, there was a talk about the blended learning, how this the COVID situation actually pushed from the traditional classroom to the blended learning kind of environment. And in that, one of the messages that I have noted here is that if education has to prosper, schools does not belong to teachers. And if university has to prosper, university does not belong to the university staff or university members. but schools and universities belongs to everybody. And to make the hybrid learning better, parents, policymakers, teachers, and administrators all have equal responsibility, and they'll have to come together to take this shared responsibility together, and then collectively we can make progress. That's what I could conclude from that second session. And then the systems should be in place where, while doing so, the systems should be in place to check the credibility, reliability, and validity of the online environments that we are using. Because at times, in the name of the online environments, what happens is, sometimes the question to think about is which technology and strategy would work well in our own contexts. And there was also talk about divide, and how do we respond to those who are in need of specific support is something that needs critical assessment. And we need to make sure whether something that we use today works well in the future. And is it tested? And are we using something that is tested and working in our own context? And this is something that educators and implementers should be well aware of, and should be always supported by the policies, because when we do something, we need to have rules, regulations in place so that it becomes strong and then it works well. Now, in terms of the infrastructure and teacher development, this is my own thinking that I was asking myself, that in terms of the Royal University of Bhutan, there was tremendous progress made in terms of the infrastructure using this virtual learning environment. But there are only 10 colleges, about 10 colleges under the Royal University of Bhutan. Taking this message, how does this work well in the context of schools? Because there are so many schools, and these schools are located in various parts of the country, some in rural areas, some in urban areas. And if schools are not doing well, probably then university would not, because students has to come from schools. And so the question is, are we actually doing the proper thing? So another thing is, if we are to actually think about proper direction, can we have this synergy, something somewhere linking this basic education like primary, pre-primary, primary, high school to colleges? How do we do that? I don't have answer to that, but I was thinking about that question. And concerning the technology that we are venturing into, probably one of the questions we can ask is, are we thinking about user-friendly technologies? Meaning that a best technologies may be a best one, but can we afford it to have that in the first place? And at the same time, can this technology serve our purpose? I think these are some of the pertinent questions that we need to think about quite critically. And there are also mention of the unequal distribution of academic resources, qualified and experienced teachers, books and technologies and others. Although the inequality in terms of access to education probably is not so pertinent, but in terms of the differences of infrastructure in rural areas and urban areas, and the resources probably allocated, I guess this is something that we need to look at. We need to think about quite critically. Of course, this may be similar in other parts of the world, but in terms of the geographical terrain, the effort should be such that one formula may not work well, and so it should be case-by-case basis in terms of the number of students, rural and urban areas. These are some of the mentions during the sessions. And inequality of education in Bhutan is, while there are many initiatives, however, the disparity still increases, at least between rural and urban settings. And that was very clear. It came out quite clearly in the session. And question is, did we know such disparity exists? And probably not. Probably we didn't know. Many of us didn't know. And maybe many of our colleagues and then our educators do not know yet. So such discourses is required, so that decision makers and implementers would know and address this is the future, this in the future, so that we collectively achieve the equality in education in the future. So in the last session, I think it's all about I would like to pick up this one sentence from Chiring Namgesa, that whatever happens in the classroom becomes the strategy for the future. Or maybe let me put it, whatever happens in the classroom becomes the roadmap for the future. I think this is very interesting, meaning that students need to apply what they have applied in the real world, what they have learned in the classroom. So, and then I was also thinking education is also about generation. Change is inevitable. The approach need to change as the technology changes, as the time changes, and then generation changes, because this is what we can actually deliver the quality, the teaching, and then we can also inculcate values, skills, and knowledge to students. And this reflects very well with the infrastructure and resources that we talked about. In absence of those environment, I think it's not going to happen. And the interesting question that came up from the student was, should children make decisions by themselves or should they listen to parents? Probably answer lies in the environment they studied with, and how are they aware about the different situations and in the future. Because future is uncertain, nobody knows what the future will bring. I think they will have to equip with different skills, different strategies. I don't know how to say that, but specifically, they need to be prepared for the unknown future. So there was discussion again on the suddenly facing the technologies. I think I'd like to connect this with the while students are graduating from schools and going to the colleges, are they prepared to face this change in technologies, change in environment? So I think somewhere we need to have that synergies. So I think these are some of the I thought would be interesting points. At least I could capture this much, and then maybe I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Om, for presenting the overall highlights and outcome and takeaways for all the attendees and participants. It's very good summary points. So with that, may I request if there is anybody in the attendees or panelists who want to share any closing remarks or any questions that you want to ask to any of our speakers or panelists. This is the opportunity for you if you want to share or if you want to ask any specific question in this final concluding session. Please feel free to unmute or in the attendees, you can kindly click on raise hand so we can unmute you. I know it's a very long, tiring day, so I'm sure all of you must be exhausted. So I think there's no remarks. There's no other anyone, no one to say anything further. So let's move into the thank you notes. Vote of thanks. So we have Miss Megha Sharma, program manager from KASpaces, PDA Conrad Andrew Foundation from Singapore. So maybe I can request her to kindly give the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizer. Over to you, Megha. Thank you.
Thank you, Keshav. Firstly, thank you to all speakers, all the speakers of the technical sessions, all the participants, and special thank you to your students, because I know it's not easy to come and speak with all these experts, and you all have done a commendable job, really, honestly. I really, really enjoyed the student forum. Although I think it was one of the highlights of this. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Education, the Royal University of Bhutan. Mr. Jigme, I have never seen your video, but I've talked with you and I would like to thank you personally. And last but not the least, Keshav, thank you so much. This has been possible only because of you. As our director has informed you, we don't have that much very strong connection with Bhutan, but thanks to Clay and Keshav's effort, I think we have been able to see this. But again, as I said, this is just a first step. We have another step, which is the regional forum, which will happen from 22nd to 24th of November, 3 days. And it will showcase, it will bring together representatives of 13 countries across East Asia, Southeast Asia, and South Asia. We believe we might not be able to invite all of you to speak, but we will be inviting all of you to participate. And there will be chances where everyone can discuss. Because, when you have 13 countries, it's difficult to choose. But we will try to get the best out. So we are only getting the best practices, but we are keeping open forums after every session so that everyone can discuss and learn from each other. Because what we have realized is the problems you are facing are also being faced by other countries. You might think that, oh, India is doing better or South Korea is doing better, but they're also having similar issues. And I think it's very interesting for you all and for them to learn. As I said, there are certain things in Bhutan which no other country is doing. One of the first concepts which I learned in the first session, technical session, it's something I've not seen anywhere else. I think that would be so interesting. And there are many other things which I've seen in the sessions which I'll be very interesting. So please come to learn, as I said, and this is just a beginning. And we really hope that through these KASpaces webinars, we have forged a real relation with Bhutan, and we really hope to see more Bhutanese participants in all our programs. Thank you again very, very much. I'll be Keshav will be informing you about everything, because I'll be in touch with him and we'll be informing him. And I guess it's a long process, but we'll be soon in touch. So please, this is not the beginning and the end, but it's just the beginning of a very interesting network and talk. And I invite you, each and every one of you, to come and attend the regional webinar, because there's so much to learn from each other, from other countries. And we are so happy that we're able to provide that platform. And I would really want the Bhutanese perspective present there, and also for you all to learn from other countries. I hope you all enjoyed every part of it. Thanks to Keshav and Mr. Jigme, because they've done a fabulous job. And thank you to Eclair, thank you to Royal University of Bhutan, thank you to everyone. Thank you so much. Over to you, Keshav.
Thank you very much, Megha, for your leadership, for your commitment, and also being a source of inspiration for all of us to do what we are doing. And yes, a great thank goes to also KASpaces program, and also Conrad Andrew Foundation, the PDA program based in Singapore, the whole team, Kismat, Megha, and also Mr. Krishna Ashley for his leadership and guidance. And also I want to thank Honorable Minister who has kindly inaugurated the event today. The ministry, there were a lot of technical staff from the Ministry of Education who has participated today. So also great thanks to them for their valuable time. And also many colleges, schools, and Royal University of Bhutan for all of the students, and then teachers, lecturers, for principals, for your active participation in all the whole day for this program. And like Megha said, this is not the end of our relationship, but the beginning of the new relationship, and we look forward. This KASpaces provide a unique opportunity for all of us to collaborate and share collective wisdom and new thoughts and strategies and ideas on how we can collectively achieve the sustainable development goals. So with that spirit and motivation, I hope this relationship will continue to flourish and move forward. And at any point, if you feel that you have any specific requirement, or if there's any specific learning that you want to learn, specific thing that you want to learn from any of those 13 countries, or any other country from the region, please feel free to drop us an email, and we will be very happy to connect you with those countries. And because one of the fundamental focus of this program is to also provide the cross-learning opportunities. So how you can, how other countries can learn from you, and also how you can learn from other countries. So that's we can collectively look for solutions and implement them towards the accelerating the sustainable development implementation, goals implementation. And so just some logistic announcement, like we have promised, we will be sharing the certificate of participation to all of our attendees in the coming days. And also we will issue the certificate of appreciation to all of our speakers also in the coming days. So and then, like we have said, we will prepare a very robust and comprehensive report, which will present a session-wise key takeaways, highlights, and summary. So those that report also will be shared with all of you in the coming days. So you can provide your inputs towards its finalization, and then it can be published on the media. So people who could not able to join today, unfortunately, because of their busy schedule, so they can go through that particular report and take that reference. So with that, I think that's all from my side. We will get back to you with the further next steps, and then we can then take it forward. Also, like Megha said, we are planning to organize a regional forum in month of November. So all of you will be again invited to attend that forum, and some of you will be requested to speak also. reach back to you, get back to you with the further information. But even beyond that regional forum also, if there's any other opportunity, if you think we can collaborate, please feel to write to us and we'll be very happy to support on that. So with that, thank you very much again for all of our participants and speakers for this active participation in the whole webinar on education, and we look forward for our long-term relationship. Thank you very much and look forward to again interact soon. Have a nice day. Thank you very much, everybody.